All the sects are in danger. Kill. Some of the black-robed saints directly passed their opponents and attacked the disciples below the saint level, especially the younger generation. Instantly, many people from the various sects were killed, and their screams rose and fell. Chaos, complete chaos. There were too many black-robed people, and they were all saints. The supreme saints from the major sects were all blocked. Then, the other party's bright saints charged forward, breaking through the defenses of the saints from the major sects and killing the young geniuses. Die! A black-robed man broke through the defense of the Dragon God Valley saints and attacked the Dragon God Valley's sovereign. Retreat! Zifeng shouted loudly, blocking in front of everyone. Kill! Lu Ming's eyes glowed with a cold light. With a flash of wind and thunder, he rushed to the grandstand of Dragon God Valley. The Divine Sun's great saint weapon appeared in his hand. He slashed at the black-robed saint. The black-robed saint was only an initial bright saint, but he was killed by Lu Ming with one strike. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh. At this time, more than a dozen people rushed out of the Tsang Mountain. They were also experts of the Saint Realm. They went to the major sects and a few of them went to the Dragon God Valley. There were too many powerful beings on the other side. Excluding the Supreme Saints, there were more than 60 saints, which had surpassed the saints of all the major sections. The other party had obviously planned this for a long time. While all the major sects had gathered at the top of the Tsang Mountain to participate in the treasure-fixing assembly, they had quietly hidden around the Tsang Mountain and then suddenly launched a thunderous attack. Get lost! The counterattacks of the saints from Dragon God Valley included Lu Ming's second senior brother, Long Yuanshan, and third senior brother, Yang Tianzong. Yang Tianzong's combat power was strong. He could fight two powerful black-robed saints alone. However, there were too many saints on the other side. One of them broke through the encirclement and attacked Lu Ming and the rest. Die! Lu Ming shouted and used the divine sword technique. However, the other party's body only trembled slightly. Two sword gleams shot out from his eyes and stabbed at Lu Ming. Godly sword technique. Lu Ming was greatly shocked. The other party was also using the godly sword technique. These people were from evil spirit. However, Lu Ming's current soul power was strong. In addition, he had a spiritual god defensive treasure. He blocked the opponent's attack. Lu Ming did not stop and slashed out with his combat sword. Clang! Lu Ming's combat sword slashed at the other party's combat saber. The other party was at the Enlightenment Saint level, but Lu Ming's current strength was so powerful that the other party's body shook violently and was sent flying like a cannonball. Die! Yang Tianzong seized the opportunity and his palm turned into a dragon claw. He grabbed out and killed the expert. Brothers, don't resist. Enter my mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming shouted. His glabella glowed, and the mountain and river diagram flew out. With a roll, Tian Chui, Xuaningxin, Xiangxiang, and the other Dragon God Valley disciples were all taken into the mountain and river diagram. There were too many saints on the other side. Anyone below the saint realm had no way of resisting. They would only be killed. It was better to put them all away. Seeing that the disciples of Dragon God Valley had been taken away, the sages of Dragon God Valley were excited. They didn't need to take care of the disciples of Dragon God Valley anymore. They fought with their full strength. The Dragon God Valley sect had almost no losses, but the other sects had suffered great losses. The black-robed experts seemed to have set their sights on the young people below the saint realm. Some of them rushed through the encirclement and attacked the young people. The major sects suffered heavy casualties. Well, block them, you guys, charge out. Someone shouted. Block it. The supreme saints and saints of the major sects used their full power to hold back the black-robed saints so that the young men could break out of the siege. Charge, charge, charge. All those below the saint realm rushed out of the Tsang Mountain. However, before they could rush out, attacks burst out from the Green Mountain and killed these young men. Suddenly, many people were killed. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh. From the gray mountain, more figures rushed out. There were so many of them that they were so densely packed that not even water could pass through the surroundings of the gray mountain. However, these people were not saints. They were all half-saints and high-level martial royal realm. These people were engaged in fierce battles with the disciples of the various sections. An evil-looking young man appeared in the sky. He was wearing a black robe and had a cold smile on his face. Behind him stood 4 middle-aged men. Their auras were wild and terrifying. They were far stronger than ordinary Saint Realm experts. The evil-looking young man's eyes swept across the room and finally landed on Lu Ming. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Whoever kills this person will be heavily rewarded. The evil-looking young man pointed at Lu Ming and his voice echoed throughout the entire area. Many black-robed saints immediately looked at Lu Ming. Kill. This kid is mine. All of a sudden, the black-robed saints pounced on Lu Ming. All of you, get lost. Yang Tianzong let out a long roar and his entire body was covered in dragon scales. It was as if he had transformed into a real dragon as he tried his best to resist. However, there were too many enemies. Although Yang Tianzong was strong and was already at the great circle of the Bright Saint stage, he could not resist too many enemies. There were still some people who rushed toward Lu Ming. Junior brother, be careful. Yang Tianzong reminded Longyuan Mountain. Kill. Lu Ming let out a long roar. He held his combat sword and the laws of chaos filled the air as he stepped forward. At the same time, a bubble appeared on his shoulder. In this life-and-death battle, Bubble could no longer be bothered to hide in the pagoda. Hiding in the pagoda would ultimately affect her combat strength. Bubbles waved her claws and transparent bubbles appeared, enveloping the 3 black-robed men. The 3 black-robed men froze in their movements. Lu Ming stepped forward and swung his sword. 2 black-robed saints were killed. Only a peak bright saint broke the transparent bubble at the critical moment and blocked Lu Ming's attack. He was sent flying. Trash, if you go again, this person will definitely die. The evil-looking young man's voice was heard again in the sky. He seemed to be filled with killing intent toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at this person and his heart trembled. Although Lu Ming was unfamiliar with the young man's appearance, he could still remember the look in his eyes. Elder Mo Hun, you're Elder Mo Hun. Lu Ming roared. The evil-looking young man's expression changed and he sneered, Brat, your memory is not bad. I didn't expect that in just a few years, your cultivation would soar to this level. Damn it. The other party was actually Elder Mo Hun. Back then, not long after Lu Ming joined Dragon God Valley, he was arranged by Yin Feng to accept a mission. During the mission, Lu Ming met Elder Mo Hun of Evil Spirit. In the end, Elder Mo Hun was severely injured by the prison-suppressing steel and his physical body was destroyed, but his soul escaped. These evil-looking young men must be Elder Mo Hun's soul, and they must have been reborn. Evil Spirit. The other party is from Evil Spirit. Lu Ming roared loudly, his voice spreading throughout the entire area. Many people were shocked. So it was Evil Spirit. No wonder they attacked all the sects at the same time. So what if I know? None of you will be able to leave today. Elder Mo Hun sneered. Chapter 1701 Traitor Elder Mo Hun said coldly as he stood in the sky. More experts charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming cooperated with Bubbles and fought a bloody battle. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, no one could kill him unless they were in the great circle of the Bright Saint stage. All of you, attack and end the battle quickly. Elder Mo Hun ordered the 4 middle-aged men behind him. Yes. The 4 middle-aged men nodded, their expressions dull. Then, they stepped forward, exuding a terrifying aura. This was the aura of a supreme saint. Everyone's expression changed. The other side had 4 supreme saints, which was enough to overturn the battle. One of them stepped forward and charged at Lu Ming. Not good. Yang Tianzong, Longyuan Mountain and the rest's expressions changed. Lu Ming would not stand a chance against a great saint. Kill! The burly man with a wooden expression struck out with his palm, and a terrifying palm print blasted towards Lu Ming. The terrifying pressure made Lu Ming's expression turn extremely grave. Lu Ming retreated rapidly, but the palm print followed him like a shadow. Chirping. With a wave of her claws, the space around them fluctuated as space-time laws circulated. A powerful force was exerted on the wooden middle-aged man. However, the other party's cultivation was too strong. He was a supreme saint, and his every move could destroy mountains and rivers. Saint energy surged from the other party's body and broke through the space-time law, continuing to charge at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's figure shattered like a mirror. He reappeared a few hundred meters away with a grave look in his eyes. The supreme saint was too powerful. He couldn't resist at all. Bang! The wooden-looking middle-aged man continued to step forward, seemingly staring at Lu Ming. His speed was shockingly fast as he neared Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded as a true purple dragon pounced towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man struck out with his palm and collided with the purple vacuum. His body was forced back by the impact. With a flash of purple light, the Purple Dragon Valley Master appeared next to Lu Ming. At this time, the Purple Dragon Valley Master's body was covered with purple dragon scales, which were crystal and resplendent, as if they were made of purple jade. 2 dragon horns appeared on his forehead, which was the performance of the Purple Dragon combat body at its peak. The Purple Dragon Valley Master came to Lu Ming's side, and his opponent also rushed toward him. Let's gather together and charge out together. The Purple Dragon Valley Master roared and blocked the opponent's attack with a claw. Then, he rolled up his vital essence and continued to flash with Lu Ming, regrouping with Yang Tianzong, Long Yuan Mountain, and the others. Right, let's gather. A supreme saint of the Life and Death Sword sect shouted. Gather. The supreme saints of the other sects all shouted. The saints and ordinary disciples of all the sects started to gather. The people of Dragon God Valley and the Life and Death Sword sect were the first to gather. After gathering together, they formed a circle and entered a defensive state, defending with all their strength. Following that, the other sects also slowly gathered together after paying a price. In the beginning, it was 1 or 2, then 2 or 3 sections. Slowly, all the sects started to move closer to each other. In the end, even the people of the Heavenly God sect, after paying a great price, also rushed over and joined the crowd. Lu Ming glanced around and realized that at least half of the people from the Heavenly God sect had been killed. Originally, there were several thousand people, but now there were less than 2,000. The losses were extremely heavy. However, Xian Yanjuan was clearly under heavy protection and was fine. The 13 sects gathered together and formed a circle. Evil spirits people surrounded the group and kept attacking. And NBSP, but with the 13 top sects working together, they were able to block the attack. There are too many people below the Saint Realm. It's hard to break out. Someone said. Those below the Saint Realm, enter my mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming shouted, and the mountain and river diagram floated out. It's an estate world treasure. Right, hurry up and get an estate world treasure. Don't resist. The great saint experts shouted. If everyone below the Saint Realm entered the mountain and river diagram, it would be much easier for them to break out of the siege. In the sky, Elder Mo Hun's face was gloomy as he shouted, do it. Whoosh. Whoosh. As soon as Elder Mo Hun's voice fell, a terrifying saber light burst out. These saber gleams were not attacking Lu Ming and the rest from the outside. Instead, they exploded from the inside. The people of the Intentionless Saber sect made their move at this moment. They attacked the other sections. Intentionless Saber sect, you guys. Traitor. The Supreme Saint of the Heavenly God sect let out a crazy roar because a Supreme Saint of the Intentionless Saber sect had pierced his dantian with a knife and shattered his saint heart. When a saint's saint heart was broken, his cultivation would be crippled. Never in his dreams would he have thought that the people of the intentionless saber sect would suddenly turn against him. Damn it. The others were also furious. The ones closest to the intentionless saber sect were the Heaven Gods sect and the Evil Moon sect. These two sects had been attacked by the intentionless saber sect and had suffered heavy losses. The most shocking thing was that there was more than one supreme saint in the intentionless saber sect. There were actually quite a few of them who had suddenly risen in revolt. The 13 sects were instantly in chaos. It was obvious that this had been planned. Kill. The surrounding evil spirit cultivators took this opportunity to charge over. With the cooperation from both the inside and outside, the defense of the Azure Continent's major sects collapsed in an instant. The most miserable ones were the Heavenly Gods sect and the Evil Moon sect. The supreme saints leading the two sects were killed in a surprise attack. Defend! The Purple Dragon Valley Master shouted. The Dragon God Valley and the Life and Death Sword sect stood side by side and defended with all their might. Kill! Lu Ming cooperated with Bubbles and killed 2 sages in a row. His entire body was bathed in sacred blood. Intentionless Saber sect, you've actually joined Evil Spirit. Aren't you afraid of the revenge of all the sects in the Azure Continent? Someone shouted. Ha, as long as I kill all of you today, who would know that the intentionless Saber sect is related to Evil Spirit? One of the great saints from the intentionless Saber sect sneered. Everyone's heart turned cold. That's right. If they all died today, who would know that the intentionless Saber sect had already joined Evil Spirit? The intentionless Saber sect could continue to mingle with the various sects of the Azure Continent. At the critical moment, they could deal a fatal blow to the various sects of the Azure Continent. You won't succeed. Someone roared. Haha, my evil spirit will rise again. It's unstoppable. In the sky, Elder Mo Hun sneered. Roar. At this moment, an earth-shaking roar was heard. It sounded like the roar of an ancient beast. Then, a huge golden claw, covered in golden hair, reached out from the distant sky and grabbed at Elder Mo Hun. Elder Mo Hun's expression changed and he shouted, Absolute Saint. Lord, it's the Lord. The experts of the Demon Castle roared in excitement. The others were also very excited. They had never expected that the Lord of Demon Castle would actually come here at this time. But at this moment, a terrifying sword light slashed down from the sky, slashing toward the golden claw. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, the golden claw retracted, and the sword light collapsed. The Absolute Saint descends roar. In the distance, a roar sounded, and a golden lion as large as a mountain appeared in front of everyone. This was the Demon Castle's lord, a sun divine lion. High up in the sky, a black-robed man with a sword on his back appeared and confronted the Lord of Demon Castle from a distance. Everyone's hearts trembled. Evil Spirit actually had an Absolute Saint hidden here as well, and they had not made a move before. Demon Castle Lord, I didn't expect you to come here. Fortunately, I was prepared and brought the Absolute Saint just in case. Elder Mo Hun said coldly, but his expression was still ugly. The sudden arrival of the Demon Castle's lord had already disrupted his plan. Oh, really? Then did you expect us to do that? At this time, a cold voice came from the distance. Then, a sword light crossed the endless void and appeared on the top of the Tsang Mountain. The sword light turned, and suddenly, 3 great saints from Evil Spirit were killed. Blood splattered on the spot, and the others were terrified and retreated frantically. It's the Life and Death Sword. The sect leader is here. The people of the Life and Death Sword sect were ecstatic. Only then did everyone see clearly that the sword light just now was a black and white longsword that was filled with a terrifying sword power. In the distance, 2 figures appeared in the air. One of them was a middle-aged man wearing a black and white robe. The black and white longsword flew into his hand. This man was the sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect. The other one was a gentle-looking old man. Master. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The person who appeared with the Life and Death Sword sect leader was the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, Lu Ming's master. Master, it's Master. Didn't Shizuan have something to do? Why are you here? Longyuan Mountain's Yang Tianzong exclaimed in shock. Elder Mo Hun's face was extremely ugly. How did this happen? Why were there so many strong people in the Tsang Mountains? The sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect, the Lord of the Demon Castle, how could such an overlord appear in the Tsang Mountains for no reason? Although the treasure sealing assembly was important, but in history, there had never been a sect master who came, right? After all, it was a competition between the younger generation. Even if the sect leader came, he would not be of much help. Attack! Annihilate the evil spirit cult! The sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect said. He took a step forward, and the sword light shook the sky as he charged toward Elder Mo Hun. Kill! The Lord of Demon Castle charged towards the absolute saint from evil spirit cult. As for the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, he took a step and appeared on the peak of the Tsang Mountain. Sword light bloomed in his hand and poured out. The two great saints of evil spirit were killed without any resistance in front of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Then, with a sweep of the sword light, more than a dozen bright saints were killed. He could not put up any resistance and could only be slaughtered. Lu Ming was once again shocked by the strength of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Could the Cloud Dragon Valley Master also be an absolute saint? Retreat, retreat! Evil Spirit's great saint roared, knowing that he had lost. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. The great saints from more than a dozen sects roared and launched a counterattack. They attacked each other, not allowing them to retreat. At the scene, the people from the Intentionless Sabers sect had the ugliest expressions. They knew that they were done for and wanted to break out of the encirclement crazily. However, how could the powerhouses of the other sects let them break through? They were entangled with them. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master held a long sword in his hand. His expression was gentle, but with every step he took, an expert died. It was the same for great saints and bright saints. In the blink of an eye, the number of supreme saints who had died at the hands of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master reached 7. A wooden middle-aged man, who had reached the Supreme Saint realm, was cut in half by the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. At this time, a scream came from the sky. Elder Mo Hun's head was cut off by the sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect. Although Elder Mo Hun's cultivation was profound, he had been severely injured 80,000 years ago. Later, his body was destroyed by Lu Ming's fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. Although he was lucky to find a suitable person to possess, his cultivation was far from his peak. He was no match for the sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect. After his physical body was cut, Elder Mo Hun's soul escaped. It was the image of an old man, exactly the same as the one Lu Ming had seen. Elder Mo Hun's soul tried to escape, but the sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect slashed his sword and destroyed his soul. Ah, the evil spirit church avenged me. Elder Mo Hun let out an unwilling roar as his soul vanished into thin air. This expert from 80,000 years ago, an old monster who had struggled at death's door for 80,000 years, had finally lost his soul. Brother Yun, you're too slow. After killing Elder Mo Hun, the sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect stepped down. A terrifying sword light bloomed from his hand and turned into thousands of sword chi, attacking the evil spirit cultivators. One by one, evil spirits people were harvested like wheat, falling in large numbers. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master smiled and took a step forward. He appeared in front of a supreme saint and killed him with a single strike. With the addition of the Life and Death Sword sect and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. They couldn't even escape and were all killed soon. Only the Intentionless Saber sect's people were left. Each and every one of them was pale as they were surrounded by the experts of the other sections. Roar! High up in the sky, the Lord of Demon Castle was still fighting with the powerhouses of evil spirit cult, and it was difficult to tell who was winning. I'll go and help him. The sect leader's killing intent was cold. He turned into a beam of sword light and shot into the sky, leaving a terrifying sword mark in the sky. Arg! The evil spirit cultivator screamed as he was stabbed. He was almost cut in half by the sect leader. Kill! The sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect had terrifying combat strength. Once he used the Life and Death Sword technique, he would live and you would die. His combat strength was obviously stronger than the Demon Castle's lord and the evil spirit cult powerhouse. As the sword light flashed, the evil spirit expert's arm was cut off. Roar! The lord of Monster Castle was as large as a mountain. His golden hair was shining and suffused with grand sun flames. The sun god lion was undoubtedly a terrifying divine beast. His roar shook the other party's soul. Bang! Then, he struck out with his claws and struck the other party, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Then, the sect leader's life and death sword slashed down, directly cutting the other party in half. An absolute saint had fallen. At this point, all the people from Evil Spirit had been annihilated. Now that there was no emperor in the Azure continent, an absolute saint was the most powerful being at the peak. They were extremely powerful. Only the king of the saints was an absolute saint. They were much stronger than supreme saints. The appearance of an absolute saint could change the situation. If an absolute saint is so powerful, what about a martial supreme? The emperor of martial arts, looking down on the world, I really don't know how terrifying he is. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. You guys. Why are you here? A supreme saint of the intentionless saber sect asked with an unwilling expression. Chapter 1703 Rising Wind and Surging Clouds. The experts of the intentionless saber sect understood that not only were they finished, but the intentionless saber sect was also finished. They sighed. Their luck was too bad. They just happened to meet the master of Cloud Dragon Valley, the lord of Demon Castle, and the sect master of Life and Death Sword sect. Do you think it's a coincidence that we're here? We've arrived long ago and are just waiting for your intentionless saber sect to make a move. If you don't make a move, how are you going to suppress the intentionless saber sect in the future? The sect leader of the Life-Death Sword sect said coldly. What? You guys arrived long ago. Could it be that you already knew that my intentionless saber sect had already surrendered to evil spirit? The supreme saint of the intentionless saber sect was in disbelief. Their actions were already very secretive. Of course, we've been investigating this matter all this time. Cloud Dragon Valley Master continued, 3 years ago, my disciple, Lu Ming, was on his way back to Dragon God Valley from the Tsang Mountains when he was assassinated by evil spirit. According to him, the intentionless saber sect was among the ones who attacked. So, all these years, the Demon Castle's Castle Master, the Life and Death Sword sect's sect master, and I have been secretly investigating. As expected, we found some clues. However, you guys hid it very well, and we don't have any evidence. So, we can only wait for you guys to take action. Many people were shocked. So that was the case. 3 years ago, Lu Ming was actually assassinated by evil spirit. 3 years ago. I see. At that time, we did not expect Lu Ming to survive. We tried our best, but God did not bless us. The great sage of the intentionless saber sect heaved a long sigh. He did not expect that everything would be ruined in the hands of Lu Ming. If not for the fact that Lu Ming did not die 3 years ago and informed the Cloud Dragon Valley Master of the possibility of the intentionless saber sect colluding with evil spirit sect, today's incident would not have happened. Their plan would definitely have been carried out smoothly. Just kill them, there's no need to talk to them. The Demon Fort's Lord spoke, and his eyes revealed a ferocious look. His golden claws reached out and grabbed at the people from the intentionless saber sect. The people of the intentionless saber sect were unwilling to give up. They wanted to resist, but in the hands of an absolute saint, resistance was futile. In the end, they were killed one by one. Ming, are you guys alright? The Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley stepped forward and came before Lu Ming, Long Yuan Mountain, and Yang Tianzong. Master, if you don't make a move, well be finished. Yang Tianzong said with a bitter face. Are you blaming your master for being late? The Cloud Dragon Valley master laughed as he scolded. Your disciple wouldn't dare. Yang Tianzong said. This time, it's of utmost importance to lure the people of the intentionless saber sect out. If we had acted earlier, the people of the intentionless saber sect would definitely not have made a move. Of course, if you guys were really in danger, how could I not have helped? The Cloud Dragon Valley master said. Lu Ming, Longyuan Mountain and the rest nodded. Indeed, if the Cloud Dragon Valley master and the others had made their move earlier, the people of the intentionless saber sect would definitely have bided their time. Ming, you've done well this time. It looks like you've gained a lot from the 100 Clan battlefield. The Cloud Dragon Valley master looked at Lu Ming with a satisfied expression. To be honest, Lu Ming's performance had exceeded his expectations. He had seen Lu Ming's battle with the Divine Sun. I still have to thank Master. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Let's go back. Someone said. Lu Ming looked over and saw that it was someone from the Heavenly God sect. This time, the Tianshan sect had suffered a great loss. A great saint had been killed and more than half of the disciples had been killed. Most of the people who came to the treasure sealing assembly were the younger generation of disciples. They were the elites of the younger generation. Such a huge loss was a heavy blow to the Tianshan sect. One could imagine that in the future, there would be a gap in the experts of this generation in the Tianshan sect. It was very terrifying for a force to not have a successor with fresh blood. Let's go back. Then, one by one, the sects began to return. They had to report today's matter to their sects as soon as possible. Some of them expressed their gratitude to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, the Life and Death Sword Sect Master, and the Demon Castle Lord before leaving. At this moment, Lu Ming released Zifeng, Tian Chui, and the rest from the mountain and river diagram. When they learned of the situation, they were all extremely shocked. Alright, let's return to Dragon God Valley. The Valley Master waved his hand, and a sword flew out of his hand. It rapidly grew to 10,000 meters long and a few hundred meters wide. Thousands of Dragon God Valley disciples stepped on the sword and headed for Dragon God Valley. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's speed was astonishing. Even with thousands of people, he was still very fast. In less than a day, they had returned to Dragon God Valley. A few days later, news of the battle at Sung Mountain quickly spread throughout the entire Tsung region, shocking countless people. No one had expected that this time's treasure sealing assembly would be so exciting and soul-shaking. First of all, as a dark horse, Lu Ming had risen to power and killed Luo Shuihan, winning first place in the fixed treasure auction. After that, he fought the Divine Sun and had a great battle. Lu Ming had a breakthrough in the battle and killed the Divine Sun. From now on, Lu Ming was the #1 genius of the Azure continent. After that, there was even the incident of evil spirit religion besieging all the major sections. In the great battle, the intentionless saber sect even rebelled. All of these things were unbelievable and shocking. As for Lu Ming, his name had truly shaken the Azure region and was remembered by countless people. Another 10 days passed, and a piece of news was sent out, sweeping through all parts of the Azure continent. The 12 sects of the Azure State joined forces and sent out a huge army to attack the intentionless saber sect. They intended to encircle and annihilate the intentionless saber sect. However, by the time the experts of the 12 sects arrived, the intentionless saber sect had already been completely deserted. All the experts had already retreated, leaving behind only a few people with low cultivation. Where did the experts of the intentionless saber sect go? However, some people guessed that the intentionless saber sect was most likely still in the Tsung region. Furthermore, there was another guess that was even more shocking. Since the intentionless saber sect could side with evil spirit, would the other 12 top sects in the Azure region also side with evil spirit? Could the intentionless saber sect be hiding in this sect? Once this guess was made, the Azure continent was shaken. The 12 top sects were on guard against each other. Because, this guess was very likely. For a time, the various sects in the Azure continent were in an uproar. However, there was one thing that would not change. From now on, the Azure continent would no longer have 13 top sections. There would only be 12. During this period of time, Lu Ming had been in seclusion in Cloud Dragon Valley to stabilize his cultivation. He was also trying his best to recover his second body. A month after the Battle of Tsang Mountain, he had refined his second body and had completely recovered. As for his severed arm, it had long since grown back. In fact, the cultivation of the inscription clone had even improved. After all, Lu Ming's main body had already reached the level of the law tank. The main body and the clone were the same person and had the same experience. The clone was not far from the law tank. As for Bubbles, she seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough as well. She was sleeping soundly in the mountain and river diagram. One day, Lu Ming paid a visit to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. "Ming, you want the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel?" The Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked in surprise. "Yes, Master. My other bloodline is the prison-guarding steel. The fragments of the prison-guarding steel are very useful to me," Lu Ming said. Getting another prison-suppressing steel fragment. Lu Ming showed his prison-suppressing steel bloodline after he finished speaking. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was shocked to see the prison-suppressing steel bloodline floating above Lu Ming's head. It was his first time seeing Lu Ming's prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Moreover, Lu Ming had already collected a fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. After a moment of silence, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said, "Ming, it's all thanks to you that we were able to get 2 ancient treasures this time. What's useful to the sect is the other treasure. The fragment of the prison-suppressing steel is just a supplementary treasure. It's not very useful. It's not a problem for me to get it for you." "Many thanks, Master." Lu Ming was overjoyed. "This is what you deserve, but there's a problem. 3 years later, when the treasure sealing assembly begins, it will be difficult to explain to the other sects," the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. 3 years later, if the other sects get first place, it won't be too late for me to hand it over then," Lu Ming said. At most, Lu Ming would think of a way to let Dragon God Valley continue to be number 1 in 3 years. In that case, there would be no need to hand over the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming was still not strong enough. If he had the strength to rule the Azure region, he would have left the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel behind. No one would dare to say no. "All right, I'll come to find you in a few days," the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. As expected, 2 days later, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master found Lu Ming and handed the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel to him. With Lu Ming's talent and performance at the treasure auction, he had gained the attention of the high-level officials of Dragon God Valley. The Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley went to get the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel for Lu Ming without much effort. The only obstacle was the Valley Master of Silver Dragon. However, the Master of Silver Dragon Valley could not disobey the others. Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram and took out the fragment of the prison-guarding steel. Buzz! As soon as Lu Ming took out the fragment of the prison-guarding steel, it flew into the air and emitted a mysterious wave. There were gaps on both ends of this piece, and in the middle, there was the word prison. The fluctuations it emitted were exactly the same as the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel that Lu Ming had. It's indeed a fragment of the prison-guarding steel. It's a part of the middle. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He could feel the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline on his spine stirring restlessly. With a thought, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel emerged, emitting a brilliant light. Buzz! The broken piece of the prison-guarding steel seemed to resonate with the steel. It shook violently and then flew to the bloodline of the prison-guarding steel, leaning against the broken piece with the word steel on it. The 2 holes were exactly the same. When the 2 of them were leaning against each other, the light on the prison-suppressing steel became even brighter. It was extremely bright and gave off an ancient and heavy feeling. Lu Ming could vaguely sense that there was a terrifying suppressive force that seemed to be able to suppress the heavens. Prison-suppressing heaven art. At this moment, another piece of information appeared in Lu Ming's mind. It was the information about the prison suppressing heaven technique. This piece of information was similar to what Lu Ming had received previously, but it was more complete and exquisite. The power of the prison suppressing heavenly art can only get stronger. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He carefully comprehended it. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lu Ming finally ended his cultivation and put away the prison-suppressing steel. Then, he left the mountain and river diagram and flew out of the Dragon God Valley to a wasteland. Boom! Lu Ming struck out with his palm. His palm seemed to have transformed into a prison-suppressing steel. It looked realistic and was blasted toward a barren mountain peak. The mountain was shattered into pieces. Then, with a single thought, a phantom of the prison-suppressing steel suddenly appeared around him. Then, the number of phantom of the prison-suppressing steel increased, and finally, there were 12 pieces, which pressed down on the ground. Boom! Boom! The ground shook violently, and terrifying cracks appeared. The power of the prison-suppressing heavenly art has indeed become stronger, and even more mysterious. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with joy. The prison-suppressing heaven technique was originally very wondrous. As his cultivation level increased, its power would also increase. He seemed to be borrowing the bloodline power of the prison-suppressing steel. Now, the two fragments of the prison-suppressing steel had merged into one. There was no doubt that when Lu Ming used the prison-suppressing heaven technique, the power would skyrocket and surpass the primal chaos sky-turning seal. Yes, Lu Ming's current prison-suppressing heaven technique was more powerful than the chaos sky-turning seal. After all, the chaos sky-turning seal was only a domain martial art technique. However, Lu Ming had already comprehended the chaos laws. The power of his domain martial art technique could no longer keep up. Unless Lu Ming had comprehended a magical power technique based on the laws of chaos. However, one had to reach the martial saint realm and have the saint power, the combination of saint power, and laws to be able to successfully cultivate it. The chaos scripture contains supernormal abilities related to the chaos laws. However, it was extremely difficult to comprehend a divine power. Unless one was extremely talented, ordinary saints would find it difficult to comprehend. In fact, there were magical powers in the 13 top sects of the Azure region. However, Lu Ming had encountered so many saints, but none of them had successfully comprehended it. Otherwise, Lu Ming might not have been able to kill enemies who were of a higher realm. Lu Ming experimented a little more before returning to Cloud Dragon Valley to continue cultivating. In the blink of an eye, a month had already passed since the treasure sealing assembly. On this day, Lu Ming left Dragon God Valley. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. A few days later, Lu Ming arrived in the territory of the Tianyu demon sect. He had not seen Xian Yanqing for a long time and missed him. Moreover, Xian Yanqing did not show up at the treasure sealing assembly. Lu Ming was inexplicably worried. Since he was free now, he decided to visit Xian Yanqing and give him some phoenix incense wood. In front of him, layers of demon mountains appeared. Stop! Lu Ming was blocked by two young men at the entrance of the Tianyu demon sect. Who are you? What business do you have with my Tianyu demon sect? One of the young men asked. I'm Lu Ming. I'm here to see your sect's holy maiden, Nianqing. Please inform her. Lu Ming said. What? You're Lu Ming. The two young men's expressions changed and they looked at Lu Ming in shock. Now, Lu Ming's reputation in the Azure continent was too well known. There was no one in the large sects who did not know him. That's right, Lu Ming of the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming nodded. I'm afraid you've come at the wrong time to find our saintess. Our saintess is in closed-door cultivation and won't see any guests. A young man said. He's in closed-door cultivation. Please inform them that if the saintess knows that I'm here, she'll definitely meet me. Lu Ming frowned. Lu Ming, I've told you. The saintess is in seclusion and won't meet with outsiders. You should leave. the young man said again, his face turning cold. Lu Ming's brows furrowed even more. He had been sending voice transmissions to Xian Yanqing, but he could not get them out. Could it be that he was really in seclusion? However, even if he was in seclusion, as long as it was not too important, it was fine to inform him. The two of you, please inform your sect master that I would like to pay my respects to him. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming planned to pay a visit to the sect leader of the Sky Demon sect first before asking about Xian Yanqing. Nianking's closed-door cultivation. 1 year later, Lu Ming, don't you know what's good for you? The sect master of the Sky Demon sect isn't someone you can meet just because you want to. Leave. A young man berated, his tone getting worse and worse. I've already asked to see you, but you've tried every possible way to stop me. I can only pay my respects to the Devil's Doctrines sect master myself. Lu Ming's expression turned cold. He had already lost his patience. Boom. Lu Ming took a step forward and his powerful aura pushed the two young men away. Lu Ming, you've got some nerve. How dare you make a move in the Tianyu demon sect? You're dead. The two young men shouted, but they quickly retreated. They did not dare to stop Lu Ming. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out in the distance. A few young men walked over, and the one in the lead was actually Mo Yang. What's going on? Lu Ming, it's you, shut up. Mo Yang berated. He swept his gaze around and his expression changed when he saw Lu Ming. Senior brother Mo Yang, Lu Ming wants to see Saintess Nianqing. I told him that Saintess Nianqing is in seclusion and won't see anyone, so he wants to break in. A young man shouted. Lu Ming, how dare you? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some strength. You're still far from being arrogant in my Tianyu demon sect. Mo Yang chided with a cold face. Oh, so you're going to fight me? Lu Ming stepped forward and said indifferently. You. Mo Yang's expression turned ugly as he retreated, his eyes flashing with fear. Fight with Lu Ming. What a joke. Lu Ming could probably kill him with one slap. How would he dare to? If you don't dare to make a move, then get lost. I want to pay my respects to the Devil's sect master. Lu Ming berated and strode inside. Stop. At this moment, a voice was heard. A powerful force enveloped Lu Ming and stopped him in his tracks. Then, a demonic light flashed and a beautiful middle-aged woman appeared before Lu Ming. Master. When Mo Yang saw this, he hurriedly bowed and revealed a happy expression. This beautiful middle-aged woman was the master of Xian Yanqing, the sect master of the Sky Demon sect. Lu Ming greets the Devil's sect master. Lu Ming bowed, neither humble nor arrogant. Master, this Lu Ming is arrogant and despotic. He doesn't care about the Tianyu demonic sect at all. He wants to break into the Tianyu demonic sect. Master, please take him down and cripple his cultivation. Mo Yang said, his eyes shining with a cold light. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He was only here to meet someone and had no intention of humiliating the Tianyu demon sect. He did not believe that the sect master of the Tianyu demon sect, an overlord of a region, would attack him. If that happened, it would probably trigger a war between the Tianyu demonic sect and Dragon God Valley. Alright, I already know about this. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect nodded and had Mo Yang step aside. He looked at Lu Ming and said, You came here to see Nianqing, right? That's right, sect master, please pass on the message. Lu Ming said. I'm afraid you won't be able to see Nianqing for a while. She's in closed-door cultivation, trying to break through to the Saint Realm. She can't be disturbed. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect said. To break through to the Sage Realm? Sect master, may I ask how long it will take for you to come out of seclusion? Lu Ming nodded. A year at least, 3 to 5 years at most. It's hard to say. If you're doing this for Nianking's good, please go back. When Nianqing comes out, I'll ask her to see you. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect said. Lu Ming frowned. He did not know why he had a bad feeling in his heart. He couldn't help but think back to 3 years ago, when he came to the Tianyu Demon sect and returned. He was chased by the Tianyu Demon sect. On the surface, the pursuit seemed to be due to jealousy between young people. However, Lu Ming had a feeling that it was not that simple. However, the sect master's words were flawless, and he couldn't find a reason to refute them. If he insisted on meeting Xian Yanqing, he would be showing that he wasn't thinking of Xian Yanqing. Then this junior will take his leave. If Nianqing comes out of seclusion, please let me know. Lu Ming said. Of course. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect said. Many thanks, senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned to leave, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Master, why don't you take this opportunity to cripple this kid? Do you want me to bring some experts and kill this kid halfway? If this kid rises up, it will be a great disaster for my Tianyu Demon sect. Mo Yang said in a low voice. With Lu Ming's current achievements and talents, do you think the powerhouses of Dragon God Valley would be at ease letting him go out? The sect master of the Sky Demon sect said. Master, are you saying that there are experts protecting Lu Ming in secret? Mo Yang's expression changed. No matter what. We can't beat the grass and alert the snake at this time. Go back. With that, the sect master of the Sky Demon sect disappeared. After leaving the Tianyu demonic sect, Lu Ming was frowning. He had a strange feeling about this matter, but he could not put his finger on it. I hope I'm overthinking it. Let's wait for Nianqing to come out. Lu Ming thought to himself as he headed towards Dragon God Valley. After returning to Dragon God Valley, Lu Ming continued to cultivate in seclusion to build up his foundation in preparation for his breakthrough to the Sage Realm. Time passed by, day after day. In the blink of an eye, a year had already passed since the treasure sealing assembly. This year, the various powers of the Azure Continent were all very calm. The Azure Continent had entered a rare period of peace. The powerhouses of the major forces seemed to have disappeared. Only a few young people below the 7th level martial royal realm would wander outside and play out their own legends. At the peak of a huge snow mountain in Dragon God Valley, a young girl in her teens, with bright eyes, white teeth, and jade-like skin, could be seen moving around on the peak of the mountain. The soft whip in her hand whistled out, changing unpredictably. One moment it was like a dragon, the next moment it was like a sword, the next moment it was like a spear. The most shocking thing was that the young girl's body emitted a wondrous aura that enveloped the peak of the snow mountain. In the vast expanse of whiteness, there was no vegetation at all on the snow mountain peak, but small grass and trees actually emerged. The plants were green and they were growing rapidly. Soon, the peak of the snow mountain was covered with green grass and flowers. They stood out in the wind and snow. Buzz! Then, the shadow of the whip stopped, and the young girl's movements stopped. She looked excitedly at the black-robed young man sitting beside her and said in a sweet voice, Master, what do you think of Xiangxiang's cultivation? Not bad, your domain martial technique has already been cultivated to the 3rd level. The black-robed young man nodded with a smile on his face. However, there was still a trace of surprise in the depths of his eyes. The black-robed young man was Lu Ming. It was Lu Xiangxiang. More than a year ago, when Lu Ming had just returned from the 100 Clan battlefield, she had just broken through to the spiritual god realm. Now, however, Lu Xiangxiang had officially stepped into the martial royal realm. More than 10 days ago, she had broken through to the 1st level of the martial royal realm. Lu Ming had taught Lu Xiangxiang a set of domain martial arts techniques. He did not expect her to cultivate to the 3rd level in just 10 days. Her comprehension was amazing. In a little more than a year, he had advanced from the 1st level spiritual god realm to the 1st level martial emperor realm. This speed could only be described as shocking. Of course, the further he advanced, the more difficult it would be to cultivate and the more time he would need. Lu Ming, for example, was still in the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm. He had not broken through to the saint realm. Chapter 1706. Another storm. There was a gap between the half-saint realm and the saint realm. It was difficult to cross and required a strong accumulation. There were many people in the world who had reached the third stage of the half-saint realm and were affected by the laws. However, how many could break through to the saint realm? The lifespan of a saint was extremely long. The reason why there were so many saints in the 13 top sects of the Azure continent was because of the accumulation of time. Some people stayed in the half-saint realm for decades, centuries, or even millennia. For example, the Son of God had stayed in the half-saint realm for more than 10 years before he entered the saint realm. As for the other top 10 geniuses of the Azure continent, many of them had also stopped at the half-saint level for a long time. Moreover, Lu Ming cultivated the laws of chaos, and it was harder for him to make a breakthrough than ordinary people. It was normal for him to not make a breakthrough in a year. Apart from Lu Ming, the inscription secondary body had also reached the third stage of the half-saint realm and was already in the zone of the laws. As for Bubbles, she had reached the law tank stage not long after the treasure fixing assembly. During this period of time, she had been cultivating in seclusion in an attempt to break through to the sage realm. Of course, Bubbles' hard work was just sleeping and refining the time and space spinel every day. Xiang, you should go back first. Consolidate your realm and build a solid foundation. Don't be in a hurry to break through. Lu Ming urged. Yes, master. The little girl nodded, then stepped into the air and left the place. Lu Ming was still sitting cross-legged on the peak of the snow mountain, not moving at all. He let the wind and snow approach him, but he seemed to be detached from the world. His mind was wandering in the natural world, as if he had become one with the world. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. At this moment, a screech that resounded through the sky woke Lu Ming up. Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at the sky. In the sky, a huge goshawk was flying. No, it was not a real goshawk, but a building, a huge and magnificent building. Emperor Tsung's bedroom. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. He could tell at a glance that this was the secret chamber of the hidden ground that he had seen in Emperor Tsung's secret realm. Back then, Emperor Tsung used his sacred treasure, the Thunder Cauldron, to fight with Shakyamuni annihilating soul. Emperor Tsung's bedroom broke through the void and left, flying into the endless void. Now, after a few years, it actually reappeared. Emperor Tsung's chamber flew towards the west of the Azure continent at a terrifying speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, 7 to 8 figures flew out from Dragon God Valley. Each of them was extremely fast as they chased after Emperor Tsung's bedchamber. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. The speed was too fast. Even if Lu Ming were to give chase, he would definitely not be able to catch up. Emperor Tsung's chamber has reappeared. Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. Emperor Tsung's storage ring was still in his hands. It was a pity that there was Emperor Tsung's imprint on it and he was unable to open it now. I wonder how Emperor Tsung and Shakyamuni annihilating soul are doing. The appearance of Emperor Tsung's chamber will definitely shock the entire Azure continent. I believe that news will spread soon. Lu Ming pondered and ended his cultivation. He returned to Cloud Dragon Valley. As expected, after 10 days, a piece of news spread throughout the Azure continent. Emperor Tsung's chamber appeared. It flew from east to west and finally landed on a desert in the west. All the large sects in the Azure continent were alarmed and sent their top experts over. In the end, the various sects sent out their top experts to enter Emperor Tsung's bedroom. In the end, they actually found Emperor Tsung's corpse. This was a demon thearch's corpse, which was extremely precious. Every feather was a top-tier material that could be refined into a terrifying holy weapon. Its flesh, blood, bones, and bones were even more precious than many natural treasures. They could be refined into supreme medicines with endless mysteries. It could be said that a demon thearch's entire body was filled with treasures. In the end, the various large sects launched an intense fight over it, and a great battle broke out. In the end, the 12 top sects decided to split the demon thearch's corpse into 12 portions. Each sect would get one portion. The demon emperor of a generation, the peerless expert who suppressed the Azure continent, Emperor Song, was divided up by the various sects after his death. However, on Emperor Song's body, the various sects could not find the two most precious treasures. They were Emperor Song's world core and storage ring. Once a cultivator reached the martial emperor realm, he could transform his saint heart into a world, a real world. Legend had it that some peerless mighty figures could evolve their own worlds into the same as the outside world. They could reproduce living creatures on their own and were extremely mysterious. The worlds that emperor-level experts evolved were collectively called small worlds. The core of a small world was the world core. It was extremely precious and contained the martial sovereign's inheritance. But now, Emperor Tsong's realm core and storage ring were nowhere to be seen, leading to all sorts of speculations. Another half a month passed, and an even more shocking piece of news caused an uproar in the Azure region. The news said that Emperor Tsong's inheritance and storage ring had long been obtained by others. Back then, when the younger generation entered the Emperor Tsong's secret realm, someone had obtained Emperor Tsong's legacy and storage ring. That person was Lu Ming. Once this news was released, the world was shaken and Lu Ming was once again pushed into the eye of the storm. As for the fact that Lu Ming was the only one who entered the core of Emperor Tsong's bedroom, it was dug up again. Following that, there was news that Lu Ming was able to rise so quickly and his combat strength was so shocking because he had obtained Emperor Tsong's inheritance and treasures. This series of news made most people believe that Lu Ming had definitely obtained Emperor Tsong's legacy and storage ring. All the major sects in the Tsong region turned their attention to Dragon God Valley. Who wouldn't be moved by Emperor Tsong's inheritance and treasures? Lu Ming, a person from a small island overseas, was able to defy the heavens and rise to power just because he had obtained Emperor Tsong's legacy and treasures. If he was not a saint, he could kill a saint. If he had reached such a level, what about others who had obtained it? In the Azure continent, a terrifying storm was brewing. A storm is coming. At the top of a snow mountain in Dragon God Valley, Lu Ming stood still, frowning. Who was it that revealed that he had obtained Emperor Tsong's storage ring? Could it be Shakyamuni Annihilating Soul? Dharma King Annihilating Soul didn't die. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Previously, when the experts entered Emperor Tsong's bedroom, they only found Emperor Tsong's corpse and not Shakyamuni Annihilating Soul's corpse. It was very likely that Shakyamuni Annihilating Soul was not dead. In the entire world, only Shakyamuni Annihilating Soul had seen Lu Ming obtain Emperor Tsong's storage ring. Perhaps it was Shakyamuni Annihilating Soul who had taken away Emperor Tsong's world core and spread the news. At this moment, a figure stepped through the air and landed beside Lu Ming. Master! Lu Ming bowed and cupped his fists. This person was the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Ming, you should have heard the news from the outside world, right? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. I've heard of it. Lu Ming nodded. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master pondered for a moment before saying, Ming, did you obtain Emperor Tsong's inheritance and treasures? He only obtained Emperor Tsong's storage ring and not the inheritance. Lu Ming did not hide anything and spoke frankly. Even if he wanted to hide it now, he couldn't. It's yours, no one can take it away. You've really obtained Emperor Tsong's treasure. Ming, you're really lucky. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes lit up as a smile appeared on his face. However, his expression soon turned serious. Ming, who else knows about this matter? Why was it leaked? There's only one person. That's Dharma King Annihilating Soul from Evil Spirit. Back then, he was fighting against Emperor Tsong. Lu Ming briefly recounted his encounter with Emperor Tsong and Shakyamuni Annihilating Soul. Shakyamuni Annihilating Soul and Evil Spirit are so ruthless. They're trying to start a civil war in the Azure continent. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master frowned. The other party had spread the news that Lu Ming had obtained Emperor Tsong's inheritance and storage ring. However, the truth was that Lu Ming did not obtain Emperor Tsong's inheritance at all. In this case, even if Lu Ming handed over Emperor Tsong's storage ring, it would be useless. If he did not hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance, it would definitely cause an internal conflict in the Azure continent. This was evil spirit's scheme. Ming, Emperor Tsang's storage ring is an opportunity for you. You should keep it well. Even if others want to take it, they can't. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes flashed with a sharp light. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the Cloud Dragon Valley. Lu Ming, come out. A voice came from afar. It's that old man. Lu Ming frowned. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Ming knew that it was the master of Silver Dragon Valley. Hee, this old man has come so quickly. I'd like to see what he's doing here. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said coldly. Then, his voice was transmitted out, let them in. The Cloud Dragon Valley's disciples let them in. Then, they saw the Valley Master of Silver Dragon leading a group of people, walking in the air with an overbearing aura. Yin Zheng, why did you bring your men to my Cloud Dragon Valley in such an aggressive manner? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Of course, it's for Lu Ming. The Master of Silver Dragon Valley looked at Lu Ming and sneered. Lu Ming, you're really selfish. You've obtained Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures, but you didn't say a word and kept them for your own enjoyment. Don't forget who brought you from a desolate island back then. If it weren't for that desolate island, would you be where you are today? However, you obtained Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures and wanted to enjoy them all for yourself. Now, hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. You should share them. The Master of the Valley of Silver Dragon looked at Lu Ming with a burning gaze, filled with greed. The people who had come with the Master of Silver Dragon Valley also looked excited. Hee, what a joke. The Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley said coldly, I can tell you that Lu Ming did not obtain Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. Also, I can tell you that even if Lu Ming did obtain them, it was his own opportunity. No one can take it away. Yun Ruoxu, stop quibbling. Who would believe that Lu Ming did not obtain Emperor Tsang's legacy and treasures? Without Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures, how could he, a person from the desolate island, have his current achievements? Furthermore, he took out a few dozen saint weapons at the treasure sealing convention, and he still said that he didn't obtain Emperor Tsang's treasure. Yun Ruoxu, you want to keep it and share it with Lu Ming, don't you? Besides, he only obtained it because of the sect's power. Therefore, he must hand it over, said the Master of Silver Dragon Valley. His eyes flickered with a cold light. Hee, if others have to hand over their opportunities, then why don't you hand over your opportunities, Yin Zheng? Don't say that you didn't get any opportunities. If you didn't have any opportunities, how could you have cultivated to such a realm? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's voice was cold and indifferent. Any martial artist who had some achievements would more or less have some opportunities. For a top expert to be born, one's own talent, hard work, and willpower were indispensable. However, one couldn't lack opportunities either. How can the opportunities that I have obtained be compared to Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures? Today, Lu Ming must hand it over. The Master of Silver Dragon Valley said arrogantly. Get lost. And NBSP the Cloud Dragon Valley Master stepped forward, his body erupting with a terrifying aura that pressed down on the Silver Dragon Valley Master. Yun Ruoxu, what are you doing? This is the Dragon God Valley. I came here with reason, and you still want to attack me. The Dragon God Valley does not belong to you alone. And NBSP, kill. The Master of Silver Dragon Valley shouted. However, what welcomed him was a terrifying sword radiance. And NBSP break. The Master of Silver Dragon Valley bellowed, his body suffused with dazzling silver light as he used all his strength to resist. But as the sword light flashed, the silver light on his body collapsed, and his face was covered in blood. One of his ears had been cut off by the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. If you don't get lost, the next sword will cut off your head. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said coldly. Yun Ruoxu, you. Wait here, I'll report this to the Valley Master. The Master of Silver Dragon Valley was furious. His eyes were filled with fear. In the end, he didn't dare to stay and left dejectedly. A clown. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said indifferently. He then looked at Lu Ming. Ming, focus on your cultivation. Don't think too much. With Master here, no one can touch you. Lu Ming was touched. He bowed respectfully and said, Many thanks, Master, there's no need to thank me. I'm your master, so it's my duty to protect you. I'll take my leave first. Cloud Dragon Valley smiled and then stepped into the air, leaving the place. Lu Ming continued to sit cross-legged on the peak of the snow mountain, cultivating quietly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Roar! On this day, a dragon's roar resounded in Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming woke up from his cultivation and looked in the direction of the entrance of Dragon God Valley. There, the shadow of a real dragon soared into the sky, and then a light curtain was formed. Enemy attack! A voice spread throughout the entire Dragon God Valley, breaking the silence. In the Dragon God Valley, countless figures rose into the air and gathered at the entrance of the valley. They're really fast. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Buzz! With a flash of light, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master appeared beside Lu Ming. It seems that a sect has come. Ming, let's go and take a look together. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and headed towards the entrance of Dragon God Valley with the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. When they arrived, countless disciples, deacons, and elders of Dragon God Valley looked at Lu Ming with strange expressions. Lu Ming ignored everyone's gazes and looked ahead. At this time, a light curtain filled the entrance of Dragon God Valley. It was the protective array of Dragon God Valley. Outside Dragon God Valley, there were several huge warships. Then, figures flew out of the warships. There were at least tens of thousands of people. All of them had powerful auras and were experts. There were 2 main groups of people. One was dressed in white robes, while the other was dressed in black robes. The Heavenly God Sect, the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. At the forefront of the Tianyu Demon Sect was the Sect Master. The Sect Masters of the Tianjin Sect and the Tianyu Demon Sect are here. What a big formation! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said coldly. On the side of the Tianjin Sect, a middle-aged man was bathed in holy light. Like a god, he was full of dignity and had a strong aura. He stepped forward, standing side by side with the Sect Master of the Tianyu Demon Sect, and arrived outside Dragon God Valley. The oppression of 2 sects in Dragon God Valley, an old man in a snow-white robe stepped out and said, The 2 of you have gathered such a large force and came together, what is it? The old man was the master of the Ice Dragon Valley, as well as the entire Dragon God Valley. Old man Bing, stop playing dumb. I heard that Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures were obtained by Lu Ming of the Dragon God Valley. Ask him to hand them over. Such treasures can't be swallowed by him alone, nor can your Dragon God Valley sect. The sect master of the Heavenly God Sect spoke. His voice was deep and filled with dignity. He is indeed here for Emperor Tsang's inheritance and the storage ring. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and looked at the sect master of the Sky Demon Sect. A fire of anger was slowly burning in his heart. The Divine Realm Sect was one thing, but the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect and the Divine Realm Sect were the first to arrive. In the past, Lu Ming had been tolerant and restrained towards the Tianyu Demon Sect for Xianyangqing's sake. However, the Tianyu demonic sect had been insatiable and had attacked him more than once. The sect master of the Tianyu demon sect was aware of his relationship with Xianyangqing. However, he did not care and joined forces with the deity sect to oppress Lu Ming. This made Lu Ming's heart turn cold, and his killing intent even colder. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to restrain himself when he met the people of the Tianyu demon sect in the future. Ha, the 2 of you, where did you hear this from? How can the 2 of you believe in such a baseless rumor? You even brought so many experts from the 2 sects, how laughable. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master walked out and laughed. Whether it's a rumor or not, whether it's true or not, we'll know once we search Lu Ming's soul. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect said indifferently. What a joke. You think I can search your soul just because you said so? Then come over here and let me search your soul. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said coldly as he glared at the Sky Demon sect master. You're being unreasonable. If you don't allow me to search your soul, that means you've obtained Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. I advise you to hand them over. Your Dragon God Valley sect can't stop or protect them. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect said coldly. That's right, Valley Master. I suggest that we hand Lu Ming over. Otherwise, the Dragon God Valley will be in danger. We can't implicate the entire Dragon God Valley because of Lu Ming. The Master of Silver Dragon Valley suggested to the Master of Ice Dragon Valley. Shut up. And NBSP the Cloud Dragon Valley Master suddenly turned around and coldly looked at the Silver Dragon Valley Master. Valley Master, you see, and NBSP, Ice Dragon Valley Master. The Valley Master's expression changed as he continued to speak to the Valley Master. Alright, Lu Ming is a disciple of Dragon God Valley. Regardless of whether he has obtained Emperor Tsang's inheritance or treasures, Dragon God Valley has the duty to protect him. You don't have to say anything more about this matter. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master spoke, causing Yin Zheng's expression to turn ugly. Emperor Tsang ruled the Azure Continent in the past. He was the Emperor of the Azure Continent. His inheritance and treasures shouldn't be shared by only one person and one sect. All the sects in the Azure Continent should share them. You'd better hand them over. The Heavenly God sect master continued. Ha, what a joke. Let's not talk about the fact that Lu Ming didn't get it. Even if he did, it's his own luck. According to what you said, all the resources of your Heavenly God sect come from the Azure Continent. How can your Heavenly God sect monopolize them? Take them all out and share them with everyone in the Azure Continent. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master sneered. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect said with a cold face, how can this matter be compared? If Lu Ming doesn't hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures, your Dragon God Valley will be destroyed. Your name will be removed from the Tsang continent, and everyone will be buried with you. As soon as these words were spoken, the tens of thousands of experts from the Heavenly God sect and the Heavenly Demons sect all erupted with terrifying auras. The atmosphere in the heavens and earth was incomparably oppressive. With so many people unleashing their auras, it was simply too powerful. Also, even if you hide in Dragon God Valley, it's useless. The families of your disciples are all outside, scattered all over the Tsang region. I don't mind sending people to destroy them. The sect master of the Tianqian sect continued. His words infuriated everyone in the Dragon God Valley, but they were also very worried. Despicable. As the sect leader, you're so despicable. You're just like the divine child. Lu Ming shouted. The sect master of the Tianqian sect looked at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming had killed the divine son. How could he let Lu Ming go so easily? You're breaking the rules. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Even if two sects were to go to war, the family members and clans of a particular sect's disciple would usually not be implicated. This was an unspoken rule in the entire world of martial Dao. Otherwise, it would be a mess. The rules are set by the strong. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect said arrogantly. Good, very good. In that case, I will kill every disciple of the Heavenly God sect I see in the future. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master revealed a rare killing intent. Yun Ruoxu, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect said coldly. Is that so? The Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley said. Then, he took a step forward and appeared outside the Dragon God Valley's protective array. A long sword appeared in his hand. Roar! A dragon's roar came from the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's body. Then I'll see what abilities you have as a sect master. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's voice rang out. Then, a terrifying sword light slashed towards the sect master of the heavenly god sect. Yun Ruoksu, you haven't fought for many years. I'd like to see what you're capable of. A spear of divine punishment appeared in the hands of the sect master of the Tianshan sect. The long spear pierced through the air, reaching a length of 10,000 zhang. It was as if it could shatter the void. Boom! The sword light and the long spear clashed, and the sky and earth rumbled. A terrifying force caused the void to shake violently. The ground was hit by the force, and a terrifying gully appeared. Some of the energy flew toward Dragon God Valley, but was blocked by the sect protecting array. Retreat! The experts of the Tianyu Demon sect and the Tianshan sect retreated, afraid that they would be affected. Only the sect master of the Sky Demon sect remained still. The Cloud Dragon appears. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master waved his long sword and a huge true dragon formed. It roared and pounced at the sect master of the deity sect. The sect master of the Tianshan sect burst forth with holy light, which actually condensed into a giant god. The god stepped in the void with a long spear in his hand, and stabbed toward the giant true dragon. The two of them collided again, and the whole world was about to be pierced through. Many people were watching in shock. Such a great battle was simply too shocking. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master is actually so powerful. It's too shocking. Is the Cloud Dragon Valley Master an absolute saint? My God, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master is an absolute saint. The disciples of the Dragon God Valley were all shocked by the news. The Cloud Dragon Valley had the least number of people among the 7 valleys of the Dragon God Valley. They had always been regarded as the weakest. The people of the other Dragon Valleys did not take the Cloud Dragon Valley seriously. They subconsciously thought that the cultivation of the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley would not be much stronger. Apart from the Valley Master of Ice Dragon, the other Valley Masters of the 7 Dragon God Valleys were all supreme saints. Previously, most of the disciples of Dragon God Valley had thought that the Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley should also be a supreme saint. He had never expected the Cloud Dragon Valley Master to be an absolute saint. 3 appearances of Cloud Dragon. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master waved his sword. This time, 3 void-raging roars shot out. Cloud Dragon Valley Master's strength. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master waved his sword and 3 true dragons appeared. Each of them was extremely terrifying as they charged towards the Sky God sect master. The sect master of the Sky God sect had a solemn expression on his face. He circulated his nomological laws and fought with the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Dragon roars reverberated in the air as the spears pierced through the air. The battle was becoming more and more intense. What was shocking was that after more than 10 moves, the sect master of the Tianshan sect was actually at a disadvantage. Everyone was dumbfounded. You, also come in. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's voice rang out from the endless sword radiance. A true dragon roared and pounced towards the Sky Demon sect master. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master actually wanted to fight 1 against 2, fighting both the Sky Demon sect master and the Sky God sect master. As you wish. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect said coldly. Demonic light shot into the sky, covering half of the world. She waved her hands, and countless black demonic lotuses appeared, charging towards the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. 9 appearances of Cloud Dragon. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's voice rang out again as 9 true dragons condensed. Each of these true dragons was formed by countless sword lights. They were extremely terrifying and each of them had earth-shattering power. The 3 experts fought madly, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Countless people gasped. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was too powerful. He fought 2 sect masters alone and it was difficult to determine the winner. How many people in the Azure continent had such combat strength? Among everyone, Yin Zheng's expression was the ugliest. He clenched his fists tightly and his body trembled. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had reached such a realm. It seemed that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had not used much power when he had fought with him in the past. Otherwise, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master would have been able to kill him with a single sword. Damn it, this guy has been low-key for so many years, and his strength has actually reached such a terrifying realm. Yin Zhen roared in his heart. The experts of the Tianyu demonic sect and the Tianxin sect were also shocked. Lu Ming was also very surprised. Although he had guessed that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master was an absolute saint, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's strength still exceeded his imagination. The battle continued. The three of them fought until they were high up in the sky. Only endless light could be seen, but the three of them could not be seen at all. After fighting for a while, there was a terrible explosion. The light dissipated and the figures of three people appeared. The sect masters of the Tianxin sect and the Tianyu demon sect stood side by side, their faces extremely gloomy. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master held a long sword in his hand as his fighting spirit sword. At this moment, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master was no longer a gentle old man. Instead, he was an expert who ruled the world. His sword glowed with a cold light that traveled 90,000 miles. You can't stop me from killing whoever I want to kill. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said, full of confidence. The expression of the sect master of the Heavenly Gods sect was the ugliest. If he gave the order to deal with the family members of the Dragon God Valley disciples, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master could kill the other disciples of the Tianxin sect. They could not stop him. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was too powerful. Boom! 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 At this moment, a loud explosion sounded in the sky. A huge warship flew over at high speed and stopped not far away. Then, a large number of figures flew out from the warship. Each of them was dressed in green robes and emanated a poisonous aura. The sect masters of the Sky Demon sect and the God of Heaven sect were overjoyed. The experts of the Yu-Du sect had arrived. The one leading the Desire Poison sect was an old man, the sect master of the Desire Poison sect. It's really lively today. The sect master of the Desire Poison sect stepped forward and stood together with the sect masters of the Tianxin sect and the Sky Demon sect. Their auras were overbearing. You guys are really going too far, absolute saint. The Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley stepped forward and appeared beside the Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley. A terrifying aura burst out. He was also an absolute saint. The five absolute saints faced each other in the sky, and their auras were extremely oppressive. Everyone was watching nervously. The sect masters of the three great sects seemed to be discussing through voice transmission. After a while, the sect master of the God of Heaven sect said, "You can protect Lu Ming for now, but you can't protect him forever. Disciples of the deity sect, listen up. Retreat 100 miles, set up camp, and besiege Dragon God Valley. Once Lu Ming comes out, or the other disciples of Dragon God Valley come out, take him down." Yes. The experts of the Heavenly God sect received the order. Disciples of the Tianyu demon sect, listen up. Retreat 100 miles and set up a camp. Desire Poison sect's disciples. Hear my order. The sect masters of the Tianyu demon sect and the Yu-Du sect gave orders one after another. They ordered the experts of the two sects to retreat 100 miles and surround Dragon God Valley. The powerhouses of the three major sects retreated slowly. Then, the sect masters of the three major sects cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and retreated as well. The Valley Masters of Cloud Dragon Valley and Ice Dragon Valley looked at each other with worry in their eyes. Disciples of Dragon God Valley, listen up. Send experts to station around Dragon God Valley in case of enemy sneak attacks. And NBSP, kill. Ice Dragon Valley Master ordered. Ming, you should go back. You don't have to think too much about this matter. They can't do anything to you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master appeared beside Lu Ming and said gently. Yes, Master. Lu Ming nodded and walked towards the Sky Cloud Valley. However, he clenched his fists tightly and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This trap was difficult to break. Even if you were to hand over Emperor Tsang's storage ring, the Tianshan sect and the other sects would not let the matter rest. That was because it was rumored that he had also obtained Emperor Tsang's inheritance. But in fact, he didn't get it at all, so he definitely couldn't hand it over. This news must have been spread by Evil Spirit. Evil Spirit knew that Lu Ming did not receive the inheritance and would not hand it over. Therefore, the various sects in the Azure continent would definitely clash. No one would believe Lu Ming even if he explained. Strength. I'm still too weak. I must enter the Sage Realm as soon as possible. Lu Ming's gaze was firm. However, entering the Sage Realm was a huge hurdle. Without enough accumulation, it was too difficult to cross in a short time. After returning to the Sky Cloud Valley, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. I have to give it a shot. Lu Ming muttered. He had thought of a way to enter the Sage Realm in a short time. That was to merge the main body and the secondary body into one and merge them back into one. The twin forbidden spell mentioned that the main body and the secondary body could be fused again, but once fused, it would be impossible to cultivate the secondary body in the future. This was a great loss. With a secondary body, he could do a lot of things. Moreover, a secondary body was like having an extra life. If the main body was killed, he could still survive with the secondary body. But now, if he wanted to enter the Saint Realm in a short time, he had to merge the main body and the second body. With the accumulation of the main body and the second body, the two combined was enough to reach the Saint Realm. In the current situation, it would be difficult to even protect himself if he did not have the cultivation of a saint. If he reached the Saint Realm, his combat strength would increase even more. Let's do this. Lu Ming made up his mind and entered the mountain and river diagram. He came to the foot of the path understanding ancient tree and sat cross-legged under it. The two of them looked at each other and then sat opposite each other. They cast the forbidden spell of twin and began to merge. Fusion of the main body and the secondary body. Lu Ming's main body and secondary body cast the twin forbidden spell at the same time. Their bodies glowed as if they were resonating with each other. Slowly, the main body and secondary body gradually leaned against each other and fused together. It was as if two figures were overlapping. Of course, this process was very slow and couldn't be achieved overnight. It required time. This was because it was not only the body that was fused, but also the soul, cultivation, and so on. It was very complicated. Time passed day by day. Outside the Dragon God Valley, the Tianshan sect, the Tianyu Demon sect, and the Yudu sect were stationed there. They surrounded the Dragon God Valley and did not allow the disciples to enter or leave. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The 3 major sects were still stationed outside Dragon God Valley and had no intention of leaving. At this time, the atmosphere in Dragon God Valley was getting more and more depressing. With the 3 major sects sealing off the exit, would the people of Dragon God Valley be trapped like this for the rest of their lives? At this moment, there was a voice in the Dragon God Valley, calling for Lu Ming to be handed over. Lu Ming is selfish. He obtained Emperor Tsang's legacy and treasures and kept them for himself to improve his cultivation and combat strength. In the end, he wants others to pay for him. There are so many people in Dragon God Valley. How can they be implicated by Lu Ming? He's benefited, but others have to die with him. He's hiding and not showing himself, but he has implicated the entire Dragon God Valley. Hand over Lu Ming, and Dragon God Valley will return to its normal state. Such voices became more and more intense. Many people slowly shifted their anger to Lu Ming. They felt that Lu Ming was selfish and that he had benefited from it. In the end, when something happened, he had to hide and let others pay for it. On what basis? Lu Ming, let's see how long you can hide for. The master of Silver Dragon Valley, Yin Zheng, revealed a cold smile. This sound was naturally secretly spread by Yin Zheng's people. Slowly, the other disciples of the Dragon God Valley were incited. They surrounded the Cloud Dragon Valley and demanded that Lu Ming be handed over. Get lost. At the entrance of Cloud Dragon Valley, Yang Tianzong's aura was violent and powerful, causing everyone's face to change. Tian Chui, Xuaningxin and the others were standing on the edge of Yang Tianzong, blocking the entrance to Cloud Dragon Valley. What are you guys doing? Was he bullying the other brothers of the Dragon Valley with his cultivation? The Cloud Dragon Valley's sect master is strong, but he can't be so lawless, can he? That's right. Cloud Dragon Valley Master, are you going to rely on your cultivation to protect your own disciple and ignore the lives of the other disciples of Dragon God Valley? If you have the ability, kill all the other disciples of the Dragon Valley. A series of cold voices rang out from the crowd. If you have the ability, come out and speak. Yang Tianzong's gaze was like lightning as he scanned the crowd. Those who were caught by his gaze felt a chill down their spine. Although the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cultivation is strong, there are so many of us. We don't have to be afraid of you. The voice rang out again from the crowd. Sowing dissension, you deserve 10,000 deaths. Yang Tianzong hollered and his figure suddenly flashed. He looked down from above and pounced into the crowd. Then, with two miserable shrieks, two figures flew out of the crowd and heavily fell to the ground. They were two young men in silver robes. One of them was Yin Zisong. It's indeed your Silver Dragon Valley who is trying to sow discord. You have unfathomable motives. You deserve to die. Tian Chui shouted. What are you guys doing? Was the Cloud Dragon Valley rebelling? First, you covered up for Lu Ming. Now, you can't even tell anyone else. If you do, you'll be killed. Don't tell me that Dragon God Valley has become Cloud Dragon Valleys. Silver Pine shouted. You still dare to provoke me? I'll cripple you. Yang Tianzong's eyes were cold as he walked towards the Silver Pine. Stop! The master of Silver Dragon Valley, Yin Zheng, came over with a loud roar. He said coldly, Cloud Dragon Valley, don't go too far. They just said something fair. What bullshit justice? In my opinion, it's you, old dog, who's trying to kill my junior brother Lu Ming. Tian Chui cursed. Audacious. Impudent. Yin Zheng shouted. Don't take advantage of your seniority. If you have the ability, then be arrogant in front of my master. I've already sent a message to my master. He'll be here soon. Yang Tianzong said. Yin Zheng's expression changed drastically, his eyes flashing with fear. It seems that your Cloud Dragon Valley is using force to oppress others. You don't care about the other Dragon Valley's people at all. I guess that in your heart, all the other Dragon Valley's people added together are not as important as one person from your Cloud Dragon Valley, right? In this case, I have nothing to say. You can kill my people of Silver Dragon Valley if you want. After Yin Zheng finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and left. The other disciples of the Dragon Valley looked terrible. This old man is extremely sinister. He must be killed. Xuaningxin said through gritted teeth. Yin Zheng's words were clearly to sow discord between the other Dragon Valley and the Cloud Dragon Valley. He wanted to use the other Dragon Valley's people to force the Cloud Dragon Valley to hand over Lu Ming. Under such circumstances, they naturally couldn't kill Yin Zisong and the others. Otherwise, Dragon God Valley would really have an internal conflict. Get lost. Yang Tianzong threw the two of them out. The conflict in Dragon God Valley was getting more and more intense. Lu Ming was still in seclusion in the mountain and river diagram. After 3 months, Lu Ming's main body and secondary body had completely fused together and became one. Boom! At this moment, a deafening boom came from Lu Ming's body. His soul had also fused into one at this moment. The fusion of the two souls caused Lu Ming's soul force to skyrocket. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but it had increased by several times. Saint Heart, condense. When Lu Ming's soul fused into one, he felt that it was time to break through to the Saint realm. He growled and the laws circulated. He began to use the power of the laws to temper his vital essence and condense his Saint Heart. However, the strange thing was that there were two types of laws circulating on Lu Ming's body. The chaos laws and the array Tao laws circulated without interfering with each other. One tempered true essence while the other tempered mental energy fire. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the brilliant mental energy fire condensed into a ball and surged toward Lu Ming's dantian. In the end, the mental energy fire entered Lu Ming's dantian and floated near the spiritual god. Then, it began to roll, and under the effect of the array Tao law, it began to transform into a saint heart. At the same time, the spiritual god also began to change. Within the spiritual god, there was a shadow that was slowly leaving the spiritual god. It could be seen that the shadow looked exactly like the spiritual god and Lu Ming. This was Lu Ming's soul. Before the saint realm, a person's soul had no physical form. Or rather, it didn't have a soul at all. It only had spiritual will. However, after a martialist broke through to the spiritual god realm, their spiritual will would be completely integrated into the spiritual god, and they would begin to nurture their soul. Actually, the spirit god's greatest use was to nurture the soul. In this aspect, it was very similar to mind fire. Mind fire also had the effect of nurturing the soul. The spiritual god realm and the martial emperor realm were both nurturing the soul. When one broke through to the saint realm, the soul would be completely formed. Then, it could leave the spiritual god realm and enter one's sea of consciousness. In the future, as one's cultivation improved, the soul would slowly become stronger. Breaking through to the sage realm as one's cultivation increased, one's soul would become stronger and stronger. It was said that when one reached a certain realm, even if one's body was destroyed, one's soul would still exist in this world. One could even use the heaven and earth energy to form a new body at any time. At this point, he had truly reached the realm of immortality. As long as the soul was not destroyed, one would not die. However, Lu Ming still had a long way to go before he could reach this realm. Because he had just broken through to the sage realm, his soul had just taken shape. It couldn't even leave his body, as it would be torn apart by the energy of heaven and earth. The soul and the spirit god were completely different. The spirit god was actually condensed from essential core, but the soul was not. It was nurtured by Lu Ming's spiritual will. It was extremely mysterious and related to the secret of immortality. Slowly, the soul left the spiritual god and turned into a ray of light, rushing into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. He sat cross-legged in his sea of consciousness. After the soul was separated from the spirit god began to transform into a saint heart under the effect of the law of chaos. The saint heart used the laws as the core and the saint power as the foundation. In the future, as the laws grew stronger, the saint heart could evolve into a small world. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Two saint hearts appeared in Lu Ming's dantian. One of them was filled with chaotic qi, as if it was nurturing a universe. As for the other one, it was covered with strange runes, causing one to feel as if they were about to sink into it, unable to extricate themselves. I actually have two saint hearts. Lu Ming himself was also dumbfounded. As far as he knew, other people only had one saint heart, no matter if they cultivated the inscription Tao or martial arts. This was because one person could only comprehend one law at the half-saint stage. In fact, at the martial saint stage, one person could only comprehend one law at most. One could only comprehend many laws when they reached the martial supreme realm. As for the saint heart, it was condensed on the basis of laws. As Lu Ming had cultivated the twin forbidden spell, his main body and secondary body had each comprehended a law. Therefore, after the fusion, he had cultivated two sacred hearts. The two saint hearts were like twins, spinning around each other. Then in the future, won't I be able to cultivate two small worlds? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. And NBSP hoo. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a strong wind blowing around him. Endless smoke suddenly appeared in the surroundings, shrouding Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if he had entered a strange land. The environment between heaven and earth had changed. This is the saint realm inner demon tribulation. Lu Ming's expression changed. Of course, there was a great trial to break through to the Saint Realm. However, the Saint Realm Great Trial was different from the past. It was not a lightning trial, but an inner demon trial. The demon heart tribulation was even more terrifying than the lightning tribulation. Everyone had their own inner demons. If they couldn't overcome their inner demon tribulation, then they would disappear under it. Since ancient times, countless geniuses had failed at the last step and died under the inner demon tribulation. However, Lu Ming had experienced 9 lives in the tomb of the reincarnation emperor in the 100 Clan battlefield. His mind was so firm and condensed that the inner demon tribulation could not touch him at all. In just half a day, Lu Ming had successfully transcended his inner demon tribulation. When Lu Ming overcame the inner demon tribulation, a strange force between heaven and earth surged into Lu Ming's body. One had to know that this was the mountain and river diagram, but this force directly passed through it. At that moment, the mental energy and essential core in Lu Ming's body began to undergo a qualitative change and began to transform into saint energy. And NBSP hoo. Then, the endless origin chi in the mountain and river diagram gathered towards Lu Ming's body. Raw gemstones. I need a large number of raw gemstones. With a single thought from Lu Ming, large piles of raw gemstones appeared and exploded one after another, turning into extremely dense original chi that surged into Lu Ming's body, constantly refining into wisps of saint power. There was more and more saint energy in Lu Ming's body. Not long after, the original mental energy and essential core had been completely transformed into saint energy. However, the absorption of the original chi did not stop. There was still more original chi being absorbed and transformed into saint energy. Lu Ming had 2 saint hearts. The saint power produced by 2 saint hearts was too powerful. At the same time, it required more raw gemstones. Lu Ming had already devoured countless raw gemstones. There were at least several billion pieces of medium-grade raw gemstones. At this moment, the saint energy in Lu Ming's body had finally reached its saturation point. The sage state. Lu Ming had finally entered the sage state and became a sage. Although he was only at the initial stages of the sage enlightenment realm, he was on a completely different level from before. Is this the saint energy? It's so powerful. Lu Ming carefully sensed the holy power that was jumping around in his body. He felt that it was filled with endless power and was many times stronger than before. Saint energy was much stronger than Jin Yuan. For the same amount of energy, saint energy was at least 10 times stronger than Jin Yuan. This was a qualitative change. No wonder the saint realm was so powerful. It was almost impossible to cross realms and kill saints without being a saint. Unless one was like Lu Ming, who had extremely powerful laws and spirit bodies, one could not do it. Otherwise, once the saint power was used, it would be as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and the true essence could not resist it at all. Also, my soul power, what level has it reached? Lu Ming carefully sensed the soul in his sea of consciousness. He could feel that his soul force had increased by dozens of times. He had a feeling that if he were to use the divine sword technique now, he could easily tear apart the soul of a perfected or even a pinnacle bright saint. This time, Lu Ming's combat strength had undergone a huge change and he had achieved a qualitative breakthrough. If Lu Ming had broken through normally, he would not have had such a great improvement. The main reason was that the fusion of the main body and the second body not only increased his soul force but also cultivated 2 saint hearts. Therefore, Lu Ming could not estimate it. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Now that I've broken through to the saint realm, I should be able to enter the primal chaos palace. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. Back when he had obtained the chaos scripture from the primal chaos hall, Earth One had told him that if he wanted their help, he had to at least break through the saint realm and become a saint. Now, Lu Ming had already broken through to the saint realm. Although Earth One and Gold One were puppets, their strength was absolutely unfathomable and difficult to measure. If he could get the help of Earth One and the others, it would not be difficult to solve the siege of Dragon God Valley. With a thought, the Chaos token appeared in his hand. Then, he poured his saint power into it. Buzz! The Chaos token buzzed and emitted a brilliant light. Then, a beam of light formed and enveloped Lu Ming. He felt that he was being carried by an irresistible force. It was as if he was traveling through the void, heading in a certain direction. After an unknown period of time, the space trembled. Lu Ming realized that he had arrived in a grand hall. Primal Chaos Hall. He had finally returned to this place. The space in front of him rippled, and a few figures appeared. They were Earth One and Gold One. Young Master. Earth One, Gold One, and the rest saluted Lu Ming when they saw him. Seniors, long time no see. Lu Ming returned the greeting. The young master has finally broken through to the sage realm. Earth One's gaze was like lightning as he looked at Lu Ming, as if he could see through him. The body of chaos Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Back then, when he was a spirit god, he only felt that 2E and the others were unfathomable and difficult to fathom. Now that he saw it, he still felt the same. However, Lu Ming was even more delighted. The stronger Earth One and the rest were, the more help they would be to him. Seniors, now that Lu Ming has broken through to the sage state, can you all go out and help him? Lu Ming said. Earth One, Gold One, and the others looked at each other. Earth One then shook his head and said, Young Master, it was possible in the past, but I'm afraid not now. No, why not? Lu Ming's expression changed. Because you're not the only young master of chaos now. Earth One sighed. Not just me. What do you mean? Lu Ming was puzzled. Could it be that after Lu Ming, there was another person who met the requirements and passed the test? However, the chaos scripture had already been passed on to Lu Ming. Even if someone came later, they should not be able to get the chaos scripture, right? How did he become the young master of the primal chaos hall? Young master, another person came after you, but he didn't come because he cultivated 5 different wills or domains. It's because of his body. His body is the chaotic body. Gold One explained. Chaotic body. Lu Ming was shocked. The chaotic body was only a constitution of legend. Could it be that there really was such a constitution in the world? It's truly unbelievable. The chaotic body is something that only appears once in countless years. In truth, the chaotic Thearch had the chaotic body, so the chaotic body is the most suitable for inheriting the Thearch's legacy. However, the young master has already obtained the chaos scripture. When the chaotic body arrived, he did not obtain the chaos scripture, however, the other party has the chaotic body. It's hard to find one in countless years. He's too compatible with the venerable sovereign back then. Since he's here, we've all discussed and decided to let him become one of the young masters of the Primal Chaos Hall. Thus, in the future, only one of you will be able to truly control the Primal Chaos Hall. Earth One explained. So you're saying that he'll have to compete with the chaotic body in the future, and only the one who wins will be able to control the Primal Chaos Palace? Lu Ming said. That's right. Only the winner can truly take control of the Primal Chaos Hall. Therefore, before the winner is determined, we will not go out with either of you, nor will we help either of you. Earth One said. Lu Ming felt helpless. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. He knew very well that the chaotic body was the same as the chaotic Thearch's body. It was the most suitable body to inherit the chaotic Thearch and control the chaotic palace. If Lu Ming had not come first and obtained the chaos scripture, 2E and the others would have definitely chosen the chaotic body. Young master, this subordinate would like to remind you that the chaotic Bodhi's current cultivation level is far higher than young master's. His battle prowess is even greater, and he's invincible among those of the same level. He doesn't have the chaos scripture, but because he has the chaotic body, he has also cultivated the laws of chaos. His goal is to take your chaos scripture, young master. You must be extremely careful when you encounter him outside. Earth One reminded. 2E, don't cross the line. Our principle is not to help either side. Gold One reminded him. I was just giving you a casual reminder. I didn't mean to help you. Alright, young master, I'll send you back now. I hope that the next time I come, I'll still be the young master. Earth One smiled and waved his hand. A powerful force acted on Lu Ming and he disappeared from the Chaos Hall. 2E, you seem to be more optimistic about Lu Ming. Gold One's entire body was golden, like a statue of gold. His voice was cold and emotionless. No, I didn't. Earth One shook his head and sighed. We've waited for countless years, and finally Lu Ming has come and inherited the venerable sovereign's legacy. However, we didn't expect that another chaotic body would appear. We didn't expect that after the venerable sovereign, another chaotic body would appear in the world. Such a heaven-defying body just had to appear at this time. It seems that the great era is coming. I'm afraid the Tian Yuan world will welcome a golden age. That's right. Let's see what happens. If Lu Ming really encounters the body of chaos, he will most likely be defeated. However, this child is very lucky. Even you and I can't see through his fate. I'm afraid that things are not that simple. Let's just watch. After Gold One spoke, the hall fell silent. Lu Ming felt the world spinning around him. Not long after, he was back at the mountain and river diagram. The chaotic body. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. This trip was indeed beyond Lu Ming's expectations. He thought that he could ask Earth One and the rest for help, but it seemed that he could only rely on himself now. Then let's have a good fight. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he exited the mountain and river diagram and stepped out of the Cloud Dragon Valley. When Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of Cloud Dragon Valley, he found a large number of people gathered there. Lu Ming has come out. Someone shouted and everyone's eyes turned to Lu Ming. He finally couldn't hold it in and came out. He's monopolizing the treasure and hiding himself, leaving the danger to us. He wants us to fight for him. Why should he? He's selfish and doesn't care about the lives of the others in Dragon God Valley. I've never seen such a shameless person. Make him hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures to resolve the crisis of Dragon God Valley. In the crowd, there were people constantly shouting, causing the crowd to be enraged. Sowing discord again. Yang Tianzong's eyes were like lightning. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming's figure suddenly darted out. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the neck of a silver-robed young man, lifting him up. It's your Silver Dragon Valley again. You're sowing dissension. You must be killed. Lu Ming's voice was cold. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Don't tell me you won't let us talk about what you did. If you have the ability, kill everyone in the Divine Dragon Valley. The disciple of Silver Dragon Valley shouted. That's right. Lu Ming, let him go. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because of your cultivation. The other disciples of Dragon God Valley shouted. You selfish man. I will capture you now and hand you over to the other sects. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Lu Ming and clawed at Lu Ming's shoulder. It was a white-haired old man with an extremely profound cultivation. With a single claw, his saint might was vast, and his saint power burst forth. He was actually a powerhouse at the peak of the bright saint stage. It was obvious that an elder of Silver Dragon Valley had seized the opportunity to capture Lu Ming while the crowd was still angry. Then, he had asked everyone to hand Lu Ming over. His claws were very fast and shockingly fast as he approached Lu Ming at an extreme speed. He did not believe that Lu Ming could avoid it. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong and he had killed the Divine Sun at the fixed treasure auction, he was still very powerful. However, the Divine Sun was only a perfected bright saint after all, while he was at the peak of a bright saint. It was a sudden attack, and Lu Ming would definitely not be able to dodge it. However, at the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank because Lu Ming suddenly turned around and looked at him with a sword-like gaze. The next moment, he felt a tearing pain in his soul in his sea of consciousness. Bang! Then, Lu Ming's big hand grabbed his throat and pressed him to the ground, challenging the three great sects. Boom! The ground trembled violently. The entire Cloud Dragon Valley seemed to be shaking. The ice layer that was as hard as diamond on the ground shattered. The elder of Silver Dragon Valley smashed a big hole in the ground. He lay there, spitting out blood and twitching like a dead dog. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they looked at this scene in disbelief. Many people's throats seemed to be stuck by something. They kept squirming, but they couldn't say a word. This was because many people recognized that the elder was an extremely powerful elder of Silver Dragon Valley. He was at the peak of the Bright Saint realm. However, he was like a dead dog in Lu Ming's hands. He could not even withstand a single blow. Lu Ming, this was too abnormal. Even Yang Tianzong, Tian Chui, and the others were dumbfounded. Who else wants to make a move? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Those who were caught by his gaze were shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Ming, you can only fight your own people here. If you're so capable, go and fight the people of the Deity sect and the Tianyu demon sect. A silver-robed youth mustered his courage and shouted. Lu Ming looked at the person, causing the person to shrink back and retreat. He avoided Lu Ming's eyes, not daring to look him in the eye. It seems that you're quite bold. Alright, do you want to come with me? Lu Ming said indifferently. The man mumbled. If you don't have the guts, then shut up, go. Lu Ming shouted. He then rose into the air and flew in the direction of the Dragon God Valley. Is Lu Ming really going to fight the people from the Deity sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect? Let's go and take a look. The crowd followed Lu Ming out of Dragon God Valley. Yang Tianzong, Tian Chui, and the others exchanged glances and followed. The entrance of Dragon God Valley was guarded by many masters of Dragon God Valley. The masters of the 7 valleys were all there. Lu Ming's arrival attracted a lot of attention. Ming, you've broken through. The Cloud Dragon Valley master's gaze fell on Lu Ming. His eyes suddenly lit up and he looked pleasantly surprised. Yes, master, I just broke through. Lu Ming nodded. Good. As expected of the person who killed the divine child. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master also stepped forward, a smile on his face. Master, Valley Master, I have a plan that might be able to force the 3 great sects to retreat. Then, Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to the Valley Masters of Cloud Dragon Valley and Ice Dragon Valley. Ming, are you really confident? After hearing Lu Ming's words, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master looked surprised and worried. The eyes of the Ice Dragon Valley Master also flickered. It was clear that his state of mind was fluctuating and he was extremely shocked. Lu Ming's answer was very firm. Alright, then Master will protect you. The Valley Master said. Add this old man. Valley Master Ice Dragon stroked his long beard and laughed. Thank you, Master, Valley Master. Lu Ming saluted and then strode out of Dragon God Valley. He passed through the sect-protecting array and walked forward step by step. Lu Ming really went out. Many people were shocked. Yin Zheng, on the other hand, had a smug look in his eyes. Valley Master and the others have also gone out. Someone exclaimed. At that moment, the Valley Masters of Ice Dragon Valley and Cloud Dragon Valley were following Lu Ming forward. When Lu Ming left Dragon God Valley, the Tianqin sect, Tianyu demonic sect, and Yudu sect naturally saw him. Immediately, many experts flew toward Lu Ming and stopped not far away from him. The 2 parties stood in the air. Lu Ming, you've finally come out. Have you thought it through and decided to hand over Emperor Tsung's inheritance and treasures? The sect master of the Heavenly God sect spoke. How about I make a bet with you? Lu Ming smiled faintly. A bet? The sect masters of the Sky God sect, Sky Universe God sect, and the others were stunned. What was Lu Ming up to? However, with so many of them here, Lu Ming would not be able to come up with any tricks. Bet on what? What do you want to bet on? The sect master of the heavenly god sect spoke. Let's bet on Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. I challenge the three sects, bright sages. As long as you're in the bright sages realm, you can fight me. If I lose, I'll hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. If you lose, you'll go back to where you came from. How about it? Lu Ming said. This was his plan. It was a bet with the other party, and it depended on whether the other party had the confidence to take it. You have indeed obtained Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect said with a greedy look in his eyes. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He knew very well that even if he denied it strongly, the other party would not let it go. It was useless to deny it. He might as well admit it directly and take a gamble with the other party. Do you guys dare to bet or not? If you want to capture me and search my soul, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Before you capture me, I can still kill myself. At that time, you won't get anything. Lu Ming's voice was cold. The eyes of the sect masters of the Tianxin sect, the Tianyu demon sect, and the Yudu sect flickered. What do you guys think? The sect master of the heavenly god sect sent a message to the other two. I guess this kid has already broken through to the sage realm. The sect master of the sky demon sect said. So what if you've broken through to the sage realm? Just breaking through to the saint plane, was he already invincible among the saint plane? He's underestimating us. The Desire Poison sect's sect master laughed coldly. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, the three major sects had a long history and they had accumulated many bright sages. Over the long years, there were many people with high-grade earth spiritual bodies who had broken through to the sage state. Moreover, some of them had been stuck in the great circle of the bright sage stage for a long time. Some of them had even cultivated superpowers and their combat strength was extremely powerful. No matter how powerful Lu Ming was, he had just broken through to the sage state. How could he be a match for these old monsters? The sect master of the Tianxin sect and the others also thought of this point. After some discussion, they all nodded. To be able to easily obtain Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures, why not? Alright, we agree. The sect master of the heavenly god sect said. Alright, which one of you will fight? Lu Ming's body exuded a strong fighting spirit. I'll do it. In the Yudu sect's area, a thin middle-aged man stepped out, exuding a powerful aura. A peak bright saint. He came to Lu Ming and the two of them stood opposite each other. At this time, the people of Dragon God Valley were also shocked. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge all the bright saints of the three major sections. How was this possible? It was unbelievable. Everyone watched with wide eyes. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's body exploded with a shocking aura. The vast saint might shot into the sky. The sage state. Lu Ming has broken through to the sage state. How terrifying! How long has it been since he broke through to the sage realm? How can he be so fast? He was only at the second stage of the half-saint realm in the treasure-fixing assembly a year ago. He only broke through the third stage after fighting with the divine sun. How could he break through to the saint realm so quickly? Many people were shocked and started to discuss. Could it be because of Emperor Tsang's treasure? When many people thought of this, their eyes became even more fiery. It must be. Many people thought that Lu Ming had broken through so quickly because of Emperor Tsang's treasure. Chapter 1714 Slaying Powerful Enemies in the Void, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, the Ice-Cold Valley Master, the Sect Master of the Deity Sect, and the others all retreated, leaving enough space for Lu Ming and the other man. Kill, kill! The skinny middle-aged man from the Yudu sect shouted. His body moved and he charged towards Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, a stream of toxic gas formed into the shape of a long spear and shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's palm glowed and the black dragon spear appeared. He thrust the spear forward and the spear's radiance was dazzling. It shattered the long spear formed by the opponent's poisonous gas. However, after the poisonous gas dispersed, a dense swarm of poisonous insects appeared and rushed toward Lu Ming. "Exterminate, die!" Lu Ming shouted. The black dragon spear swept out and expanded to 100,000 feet. The terrifying power crushed down and all the poisonous insects were turned into ashes. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and closed in on the thin middle-aged man in an instant. His long spear was thrust out like lightning. It was so fast that it was beyond the reaction of the naked eye. Bang! And NBSP, the thin middle-aged man's body was pierced by the spear and his body exploded. However, after he exploded, he turned into a ball of poison gas and rolled around. "Lu Ming, your combat strength is very strong, but I also have a superior grade earth spiritual body. It's useless against me." The thin middle-aged man's cold voice came from the poisonous gas. There was no doubt that this thin middle-aged man was a heaven's favorite when he was young. His spirit body was of a very high level. In fact, those who could break through to the sage realm were very talented when they were young. Their spirit bodies were not low. It was usually difficult for ordinary spirit bodies to break through to the saint realm unless they had a heaven-defying opportunity. Those who could break through to the saint realm usually had an earth spiritual body or above. Of course, the higher the level of the spiritual body, the higher the chance of breaking through. "1,000 poison exterminate." The thin middle-aged man's voice rang out. Endless poisonous gas rolled and surged towards Lu Ming. A foul smell rushed into Lu Ming's nose. This poisonous gas contained the law of poison and was extremely terrifying. Just a wisp of it could poison thousands of living beings to death. "It's not like I haven't killed anyone with a mere poisonous body," Lu Ming said coldly. A huge chaos sky-turning seal appeared in his hand. This chaos Empyrean seal was as large as a mountain, and it pressed down on the endless poisonous gas. Now that Lu Ming had broken through to the saint realm, his saint energy was surging and he could cast the chaos sky-turning seal at will. Before the breakthrough, if Lu Ming used the chaos sky-turning seal with all his might, he would run out of essential core if he used it too much. However, this problem did not exist now. Boom! The chaotic sky-turning seal pressed down, and the poison kept rolling. The chaotic laws were constantly wiping out the other party's poisonous gas. "Ah, what happened? You should die." The other party panicked. The poison kept rolling and he wanted to escape, but he had been completely locked on by the chaos sky-turning seal. How could he escape? The terrifying power was constantly obliterating the other party. "No, no, no," the other party panicked and shouted in fear, but it was useless. The poisonous gas was getting less and less. After the last scream, all the poisonous gas had been wiped out. The thin middle-aged man vanished into thin air. "Humph." The Desire Poison sect master snorted coldly, his expression unsightly. "This kid's battle strength is indeed shocking." The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect said with a dark expression. He had just broken through to the saint realm, but he was already able to kill a peak bright saint. It was truly shocking. "Who wants to fight?" Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the people from the three major sections. "I'm here to kill you." In the Tianyu Demon sect, a black-robed elder stepped out. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. When he was in front of Lu Ming, his aura was overwhelming and overbearing. Great Circle of Bright Saint. The elder had already reached the Great Circle of the Bright Saint realm, standing at the limit of the Bright Saint realm. The next step would be the Supreme Saint realm. And needless to say, the other party's spiritual body was definitely a superior earth spiritual body. Since he was going to fight, he was definitely very strong among his peers. Everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming and the elder of the Tianyu Demon sect. This was a perfected bright saint. His combat strength was several times stronger than a peak bright saint. Was Lu Ming a match for him? Lu Ming was only an initial bright saint. Could he cross so many realms and fight a perfected bright saint? Boom! The elder from the Tianyu demonic sect was filled with demonic chi. A demonic blade appeared in his hand. Demonic blade 6 kills. The terrifying demonic blade burst out, crossing the space and slashing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the black dragon spear and swept it across. A huge spear light collided with the demonic blade. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled as the spear and blade auras both collapsed. However, the demonic blade in the hands of the elder from the Tianyu demonic sect slashed out again. This time, he slashed 6 times in a row. Each slash turned into a huge demonic god that was 10,000 feet tall and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming put away his black dragon spear and cast the Chaos Sky-turning seal. With a wave of his hand, Chaos Empyrean seals formed in the sky one after another. A total of 6 Chaos Empyrean seals were formed, and they suppressed the 6 demon gods. The demonic god let out a long roar, and a terrifying pressure filled the sky. It was as if the real demonic god had descended to the world and wanted to slaughter all life. The demonic god's fists continued to blast the Chaos Sky-turning seal. Boom! 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 The demonic energy was shocking. The demonic fist blasted on the Chaos Empyrean seal, and it sounded like a world-ending drum. In the end, the Chaos Sky-turning seal exploded, but the 6 demon gods also fell apart. Kill! The laws of chaos circulated around Lu Ming's body. Like a stream of light, he charged toward the elder of the Tianyu demon sect. 2 sword gleams shot out of his eyes and rushed into the elder's body. Arg! The old man from the Tianyu demon sect let out a blood-curdling screech. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and his aura was in chaos. Buzz! Lu Ming instantly appeared beside the elder from the Sky Demon sect. He struck out with his palm, breaking through his layers of defense and grabbing his throat. Everyone gasped in disbelief. It was unbelievable that Lu Ming could defeat a perfected bright saint so easily. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? He was only an initial bright saint, yet he could easily defeat a great circle bright saint. Lu Ming's eyes were as cold as a blade as he looked at the sect master of the Sky Demon sect. I've been tolerating the Tianyu demonic sect, but you've pushed me too far. Today, I'll kill you. As soon as he said the word, kill, a terrifying force exploded. The body of the elder from the Tianyu demon sect was torn apart. At the same time, his soul was destroyed. A saint heart fell into Lu Ming's hands. From now on, he would no longer tolerate the Sky Demon sect. The Sky Universe sect masters' eyes were extremely cold. The sect masters of the Heaven Deity sect and the Desire Poison sect were the same. The 3 great sects were silent. The Dragon God Valley was also quiet. At such a young age, Lu Ming was already able to kill a great circle bright saint like an invincible god of war. Was this really a realm and achievement that could be achieved by relying on Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures? Even when Emperor Tsang was young, he was far from being this strong, right? I'm afraid that other than Emperor Tsang's treasure, this kid has an even greater opportunity. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect spoke coldly and transmitted a message to the 2 sect masters of the Heaven God sect and the Yudu sect. Chapter 1715 Sacred Art. The 2 sect masters of the Heaven Deity sect and the Desire Poison sect nodded their heads. The greed in their eyes grew even stronger. Indeed, they had thought of this as well. The opportunities that Lu Ming obtained most likely did not only belong to Emperor Tsang. There might be even greater opportunities. Otherwise, he would not be so powerful. They had to get it. What should we do now? This brat's soul power is too strong. Ordinary people can't resist his soul attack. The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect frowned. I'll do it. At this moment, an old man in white robe stepped out from the Tianxin sect. This old man was very old. His hair was almost all gone, and the wrinkles on his face were like mountains. Elder Mo Kong, I'm relieved that you're going. The sect master of the Heavenly Gods sect revealed a happy expression. So it's Senior Mo Kong. The sect masters of the Desire Poison sect and the Sky Demon sect both had their eyes lit up. Mo Kong was a very senior saint. He was 1 or 2 times older than the other sect leaders and had cultivated for more than 100,000 years. However, due to his limited talent, he had been stuck in the Bright Saint realm all his life. However, Mo Kong's power could not be denied. After living for so long, who knew what tricks he had up his sleeve? Moreover, one thing was for sure. After living for such a long time, his soul force must have reached an astonishing level. He did not need to be afraid of Lu Ming's soul attack. Mo Kong smiled and stepped forward to Lu Ming. "Little fellow, I will not show any mercy when I attack. Why don't you obediently hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures? I can spare your life," Mo Kong said. His voice was very old, and his muddy eyes looked at Lu Ming. "Let's see if you have the ability to do so," Lu Ming said. He was highly focused. He would not let his guard down just because the other party was old. In fact, at the level of the Saint realm, the older one was, the more terrifying they were. "Little fellow's heart is higher than the sky, then this old man will grind down your spirit." At that moment, Mo Kong's murky eyes were no longer murky. Instead, they shone with a shocking light. Brilliant saint light emanated from his body. It was shocking. Divine ability. "Holy light cut," Mo Kong said in a low voice. He waved his hand casually, and the endless holy light turned into extremely sharp ribbons. These ribbons were very long and swept through the void. They seemed to have suddenly appeared around Lu Ming's body and enveloped him. "Not good, it's a divine ability. Be careful." The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's expression changed as he cried out in alarm. The sect master of the Heavenly Gods sect and the others were ecstatic. Mo Kong had actually cultivated a divine art. He was indeed an old monster who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. It was difficult for ordinary people in the Bright Saint realm to successfully cultivate the divine power technique unless they were peerless geniuses. It was extremely difficult to cultivate, but its power was also extremely shocking. Those who had cultivated a sacred art could easily kill those of the same level who had not. The terrifying ribbon of holy light enveloped Lu Ming. The edge of the ribbon was extremely sharp and seemed to be able to cut through everything. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. A few electric lights lit up on his body and 2 holy weapon shields flew out, blocking the front and back of him. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh! When the ribbons of holy light struck the shield, a shocking scene occurred. The shield was immediately covered in cracks. If this continued, the shield would be cut open very soon. What a terrifying cutting power! Even a holy weapon would be cut open. The sect master of the Heavenly Gods sect and the others smiled. They were sure to win. Once the magical power was used, there was no doubt that Lu Ming would not be a match. The Valley Masters of Cloud Dragon Valley and Ice Dragon Valley paid full attention to the situation. If Lu Ming was in danger, they would do their best to save him. The others all held their breath and stared at the scene. "Ha, Lu Ming, this kid, has no chance." Yin Zheng's eyes were filled with joy. Mo Kong was in the great circle of the Bright Saint stage and had cultivated a sacred art. He was almost invincible in the Bright Saint stage, at least in the Azure continent. Spells are indeed powerful. I wonder how much this old man has cultivated it. I don't think it's too high. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Chaos. A chaos sky-turning seal appeared in Lu Ming's palm and he smashed it at the holy light ribbons. Boom! The holy light ribbon trembled violently, but it cut the chaos sky-turning stamp even more intensely. With an ear-piercing sound, the chaos sky-turning seal was actually cut into deep ravines. Finally, with a bang, it exploded. Again. In Lu Ming's hands, the chaos sky-turning seal was formed continuously and blasted at the holy light ribbons. Boom! Boom! The chaos sky-turning stamp kept colliding with the holy light ribbons, and terrible rumbles kept sounding. It's useless. You can't break my divine art. Mo Kong said, but his eyes were solemn. He kept waving his hands, and more holy light ribbons appeared. They danced and completely enveloped Lu Ming like a cocoon. From the outside, one could see that some parts of the cocoon were constantly bulging, as if something was about to rush out from inside. From inside, the sound of explosions could be heard. In the blink of an eye, a few minutes had passed, but the vibration of the ribbon continued to ring out. He's still resisting. This kid's combat strength is really amazing. The sect master of the Tianjin sect said. Even an overlord like him was shocked. I must get rid of this brat after I obtain his secret. Otherwise, he'll be in endless trouble. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect said coldly. The sect leaders of the other two sects nodded. Indeed, Lu Ming already had such combat power now. If he reached the Absolute Saint realm in the future, who in the Azure continent would be his match? Magical powers are indeed mysterious and powerful. However, I can only use 10% of it at most. In the holy light ribbon, Lu Ming's expression was very calm. He was just testing the waters. This was the first time he was going up against a magical power technique, so he naturally had to study it carefully. That was because he could now cultivate superpower techniques. In the Chaos scripture, there was a terrifying superpower technique called the Chaos Tribulation Finger, which could exert the power of the Chaos laws to the extreme. In addition, there were also divine abilities in the memories of the 9 dragons. This was the direction of his future cultivation. It's almost time. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. In his dantian, the 2 saint hearts glowed and started to spin crazily. The saint power in his body surged. The laws of chaos circulated all over his body. Lu Ming threw a punch at the holy light ribbon, and a huge prison-suppressing steel appeared. Boom! The holy light ribbons trembled wildly, then exploded with loud bangs. In the blink of an eye, the holy light ribbons were all destroyed. Lu Ming's slender figure reappeared in front of everyone. Impossible! Mo Kong roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was forced to retreat. His old eyes were filled with disbelief. His divine power technique was actually broken by Lu Ming. How could a junior who had just broken through to the Bright Saint realm break through his sacred art? The invincible Bright Saint, nothing is impossible. Kill, die! Lu Ming shouted and cast the divine sword technique. 2 sword lights pierced Mo Kong's glabella, penetrating his soul in his sea of consciousness. However, Mo Kong's body only trembled for a moment before he recovered. This old man's soul is really strong. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He used the thundering wind steps and rushed towards Mo Kong, striking out with his palm. Mo Kong roared and formed a spear of God's punishment in his hand. He thrust it at Lu Ming, but the spear exploded when it collided with Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming's palm did not stop. Mo Kong's expression changed drastically. Laws gathered on his palm and he used it to block. Bang! Mo Kong's body was sent flying. One of his palms exploded, and he spat out blood. Kill! Lu Ming stepped into the air and charged at Mo Kong, his eyes as cold as a knife. Since he was an enemy, he would not show mercy just because the other party was old. Divine power, holy light cutting. Mo Kong used his divine power again. The holy light ribbon swept out, but it was once again shattered by Lu Ming's palm and continued to attack his opponent. Mo Kong retreated frantically, not daring to confront Lu Ming head-on. The entire place was silent. Lu Ming could actually defeat a perfected bright saint who had mastered a sacred art and chased after him to the point where he did not dare to meet him. His combat power had already exceeded everyone's imagination. The Azure Continent's bright saint was invincible. With such combat power, who else in the Tsang state could fight against the bright saint? Enough! At this time, a cold voice was heard. The sect master of the Heavenly Gods sect waved his hand with a cold face. A stream of saint power swept Ma Kong back to the Heavenly God sect's camp. Lu Ming also stopped in his tracks. He's been defeated. Who else from your 3 sects will come out to fight? Lu Ming said. The experts of the 3 sects were silent. Even Mo Kong had been defeated, who else could fight? The other sects might also have old monsters who had lived for a long time, but their combat strength was at most on par with Mo Kong. Even if they were to fight, they would not be Lu Ming's match. For a moment, no one from the 3 sects came out to fight. The scene was deathly silent. It seems that you have admitted defeat. Since no one is going to fight, according to the agreement, you all have to retreat. Lu Ming said as he stared at the 3 sect leaders. What a joke. Why should we retreat? The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect sneered, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You guys agreed to it just now, and there were countless witnesses. Are you guys going back on your word? Lu Ming said coldly. Of course we won't go back on our word. But what we agreed to bet with you just now was Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. If we win, you hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. If you win, we will back out. But it's only a bet on Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. Now, we suspect that you have other inheritances and treasures on you. Hand them over. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect sneered. You're despicable and shameless, you're quibbling. The Cloud Dragon Valley master roared. Ha, so this is how shameless you are. As the head of a sect, you're really shameless to the extreme. Lu Ming laughed out loud. He really did not expect the other party to be so shameless. Nonsense, since you've come out, don't go back, die. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a huge demonic claw swiped at Lu Ming. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming like Mount Tai. Break! Lu Ming roared and burst out with all his might. He threw a punch at the void behind him. The void seemed to be broken by Lu Ming's power as he retreated rapidly. Buzz! At this moment, a sword light shot into the sky. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master made his move and slashed open the demonic claw with his sword. Let's attack together and take down Lu Ming. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect shouted. Attack! At the same time, the sect masters of the Deity sect and the Desire Poison sect attacked together and rushed toward Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded as the master of Ice Dragon Valley stepped forward and punched out. A huge ice dragon condensed and blocked the attacks of the 2 sect masters of the Deity sect and the Yudu sect. Buzz! At this moment, a beam of holy light rushed out from the crowd of the Tianqian sect. It was incomparably dazzling and rushed towards Lu Ming. Absolute Saint. Another Absolute Saint. Another Absolute Saint had secretly come to the Tianqian sect. Get lost! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master roared. His voice was like thunder as he slashed out with his sword. The terrifying sword light seemed to break through the void and cut at the Absolute Saints who were charging out. The Absolute Saint's body was surrounded by holy light. He extended a finger, and the terrifying holy light was like a ribbon that swept toward the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's sword light. It was the sacred art, the sacred light severing. However, this Absolute Saint's technique was dozens of times stronger than Mo Kong's. There was no comparison at all. The sacred light slash continued to cut at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's sword light. Retreat, retreat! The Valley Master of Cloud Dragon shouted. He moved and appeared beside Lu Ming. He wrapped Lu Ming with his saint power and retreated to Dragon God Valley. Ice Dragon Valley Master followed closely behind. With their combat strength, if they wanted to retreat, the other party would not be able to stop them. The 2 of them retreated back into the Dragon God Valley's sect protecting array. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh! The sect masters of the Tianqian sect, the Tianyu Demon sect, and the other supreme saints appeared outside the protective array of the Dragon God Valley. Their momentum was like a rainbow, forming a terrible wind that constantly hit the protective array of the Dragon God Valley. It seems that the Dragon God Valley is going to protect Lu Ming to the end. The sect master of the Tianqian sect said coldly. When he opened his eyes, a dazzling holy light burst forth, which was extremely shocking. What cover-up? Lu Ming is a disciple of the Dragon God Valley, and it's our duty to protect him. It's you major sects who go back on your words and refuse to admit that you lost the bet. What a joke. Ice Dragon Valley Master said. Alright, in that case, well, destroy Dragon God Valley. From now on, there will be no Dragon God Valley in the Azure region. The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect spoke. Although she was a woman, she was extremely domineering. All members of the Tianyu Demon sect, listen up. Form a formation and attack Dragon God Valley. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect was the first to give the order. All members of the Yudu sect, listen up. Form a large formation and attack Dragon God Valley. Following that, the sect master of the Desire Poison sect also issued an order. The eyes of the Tianqian sect's sect master flickered. He didn't expect the Sky Demon sect and the Yudu sect to be so decisive and directly give the order to attack. In the end, he also gave the order to attack. Kill. Kill. Tens of thousands of experts from the three sects stepped out, their killing intent surging like a tide. Terrifying energy erupted, forming a terrifying formation. In the Tianyu demonic sect, many experts gathered to form a three-headed and six-armed demonic god. Each arm was holding a weapon. It was 100,000 feet tall, larger than a mountain, and it attacked Dragon God Valley. Boom! The demonic god's aura was too terrifying. The attack landed on the sect-protecting grand array of Dragon God Valley, causing it to shake violently. On the other side, the Yudu sect's formation gathered and formed a huge toad. Although it was not 1,000,000 feet tall, it was still tens of thousands of feet tall. With a loud cry, it spewed out a terrible poisonous gas, completely submerging the entire Dragon God Valley's entrance. The Ice Dragon Patriarch. As for the Tianqian sect, they formed a large array and formed a long spear that was tens of thousands of feet long. It was dazzling and even more resplendent than the sun in the sky. Whoosh! As the long spear pierced through the air, the space around it rippled as if it was about to be pierced. Boom! The long spear pierced the protective array of Dragon God Valley. The light curtain caved in and almost collapsed. Dragon God's 7 valleys, get into formation and prepare to face the enemy. And NBSP, kill. Ice Dragon Valley Master ordered. In the Dragon God Valley, the disciples of each valley gathered together and set up a big array. However, Yin Zheng and the people of Silver Dragon Valley were hiding at the back. There's no way we, the Silver Dragon Valley, will work for that kid, Lu Ming. Yin Zheng sneered. He secretly ordered the elders and disciples of Silver Dragon Valley to hide in the back and not attack when the battle began. Boom! 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 The sect-protecting formation kept shaking. The formation formed by the experts of the three sects was too powerful. The sect-protecting formation of Dragon God Valley couldn't hold on for long. Hateful! Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. He looked at the three major sects who were attacking wildly outside, his eyes burning with fire. If he could, he would rather hand over Emperor Tsung's storage ring to end this war. However, it was clear that even if he handed over Emperor Tsung's storage ring, this battle was inevitable. This was because the other party would be insatiable and want him to hand over Emperor Tsung's inheritance. He even handed over his other secrets to search his soul. An ordinary man's possession of a jade pendant was a crime. It was all because his strength was too weak. If he had the strength to sweep across the Azure continent, like Emperor Tsung, ruling a region, the Heavenly Gods sect and other sects would not dare to even let out a fart. They would only obediently grovel at his feet. Boom! Boom! The Dragon God Valley's sect-protecting array was shaking more and more violently. Bang! Bang! A loud explosion was heard on some of the big snow mountains in Dragon God Valley. The array base had exploded due to the strong pressure. Some of the formation foundations cracked and the formation's power became weaker. Kacha! Kacha. Some parts of the sect's grand protective array had cracked. As more and more cracks appeared, it finally exploded with a loud bang. Kill! Kill! The experts of the three sects formed a great formation and rushed toward Dragon God Valley. The four absolute saints took the lead and charged in Lu Ming's direction. The Valley Masters of Cloud Dragon Valley and Ice Dragon Valley flew up and faced the four absolute saints. The four experts flew into the sky and engaged in an intense battle. The other experts of the three sects formed a formation. The giant demon god, Toad, and Spear charged at the people of Dragon God Valley. Roar! Roar! Dragon roars were heard in Dragon God Valley. The experts from each of the 7 valleys of the Dragon God formed a large array. Instantly, an ice dragon, a purple dragon, a blood dragon. A total of 5 huge true dragons rose into the sky and faced the huge demonic god. Only those from the Silver Dragon Valley hid in the back and did not make a move. As for the Cloud Dragon Valley, due to the lack of people, it was difficult to form such a huge array. Boom! Boom! The two sides collided with a terrible wind that cracked the ground. The ice valley at the outermost edge of the Dragon God Valley was cracked by the collision. Countless cave abodes were destroyed in the great battle. Fortunately, many of the weaker disciples had already retreated to the depths of Dragon God Valley. Junior brother Lu Ming, let's back off. Yang Tianzong and the rest appeared beside Lu Ming. The few of them retreated. It was difficult for them to interfere in such a battle between formations. Lu Ming retreated with Yang Tianzong and the rest, his eyes glimmering. He was considering whether he should use the reincarnation halberd. There were only 2 forces in the reincarnation halberd. If one was used, one would be gone. It was very precious and Lu Ming did not want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. However, it seemed that he had no choice but to use it now. Great formation, rise! An old man in the Dragon God Valley shouted. He was a great saint in the Great Perfection Realm and was in charge of the battle. All the valleys and snow mountains in Dragon God Valley shone with a bright light. Endless wind and snow gathered and finally condensed into a dozen snow dragons that were 10,000 feet tall. They pounced toward the formation of the 3 major sections. This was the home ground advantage. In Dragon God Valley, apart from the sect-protecting array, there were many other offensive arrays. The offensive formation, coupled with the formation of the Dragon God Valley's 5 Dragon Valleys, made it difficult for the 2 sides to decide who would win. However, it was obvious that the Dragon God Valley side was at a disadvantage. After all, the 3 major sects were all elites. The formation of the experts of the entire sect was very powerful. Dragon God Valley was only a sect. Even with the home advantage, they were still no match for it. The true dragon formed by the formation kept retreating. In the sky, the Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley and Ice Dragon Valley were fighting the 4 absolute saints, but they were no match for them. The situation was getting worse for Dragon God Valley. The reincarnation halberd appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Although the 2 wisps of energy in the reincarnation halberd were precious, he had no choice but to use them now. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering dragon's roar came from the depths of Dragon God Valley. The dragon's roar pierced through the clouds and spread for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was like the roar of an ancient divine dragon, terrifying beyond compare. Everyone from the 3 sects was shocked and couldn't help but look into the depths of Dragon God Valley. Roar! Another dragon's roar was heard. Then, a huge true dragon rushed out of the vast snow mountain. Its body was white and crystal clear. It was over 10,000 meters long and its dragon claws stepped in the air. In a flash, it appeared on the battlefield. Ice Dragon Patriarch. It's Ice Dragon Patriarch. The disciples of Dragon God Valley cheered. Lu Ming, Yang Tianzong, Tian Shui and the rest were also dumbfounded. It was said that in the depths of Dragon God Valley, in the vast and endless snow mountains, lived an ice dragon. It had lived for a long time and was the guardian divine beast of Dragon God Valley. The heavy snow in Dragon God Valley was also because of this ice dragon. He didn't expect it to be true. Intruders, get lost. The ice dragon patriarch roared, and his already huge body grew again. Then, he clawed at the huge demonic god condensed by the Tian demonic sect. Boom! The giant demonic god was forced back by the ice dragon's claw, and a large hole appeared in his chest. Then, the divine dragon swung its tail and swept the huge spear away. The experts who formed the formation seemed to be under a terrible pressure. Their faces turned pale and they almost spat out blood. The ice dragon then let out a long roar and spat out a terrifying cold current from its mouth, freezing the toad that was laughing tens of thousands of feet long. It made countless experts of the Yudu sect spit out blood. The ice dragon patriarch was too powerful. He suppressed the three sects' grand arrays with one move. Following that, the ice dragon strode forward once more, clawing at the toad. The toad immediately exploded, causing countless experts from the Yudu sect to retreat in a frenzy, suffering heavy injuries. Retreat, retreat. The people of the Tianqian sect and the Tianyu demonic sect quickly retreated, not daring to fight. At this moment, the ice dragon roared and rushed into the sky toward the battlefield of the Absolute Saints. 3 drops of Absolute Saint True Dragon Blood Essence. The ice dragon rushed to the battlefield of the Absolute Saints. Before it even arrived, 2 ice blades shot out of its horns and slashed at the sect master of the Sky God sect. The old ice dragon of Dragon God Valley is still alive. The sect master of the Tianqian sect roared, and his face was extremely heavy. Holy light filled the air, and he continuously slashed out 2 swords of holy light, blocking the 2 ice blades. Even if you die, this old man won't die. The ice dragon roared and approached at an extreme speed. Its dragon claws grabbed at the sect masters of the Sky God sect and the Sky Demon sect. A terrifying howl rang out in the sky. Wherever the dragon claws passed, the space seemed to be frozen. The sect masters of the Tianqian sect and the Tianyu demon sect did not dare to be careless. They used their magical powers to resist the ice dragon together. However, they were forced to retreat continuously. Their bodies were covered in a layer of ice and were almost frozen. Ice Dragon Kingdom. The ice on the ice dragon patriarch's body grew stronger and stronger. In the end, it seemed to have transformed into a kingdom. Within this kingdom, countless ice dragons appeared and roared as they pounced towards the 2 sect masters. And NBSP, the 2 sect masters exploded with all their strength, but they were still completely suppressed by the ice dragon. On the other side, there were 2 less experts. The sect master of the Desire Poison sect and another absolute saint of the Deity sect were no match for the Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley and the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley. They were suppressed by the 2 and were at a disadvantage. In the sky, the battle between the absolute saints was extremely violent. After a dozen moves, the sect masters of the Tianqian sect and the Tianyu demon sect coughed up blood and retreated. They were injured by the ice dragon patriarch. Retreat. Retreat first. The sect master of the heavenly god sect and the others roared and began to retreat. If the battle continued, it would be disadvantageous to them. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was able to fight 2 absolute saints. The Ice Dragon Patriarch was even stronger than the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. They were no match for him. If they continued fighting, they would be in danger of dying. They retreated as they fought. All the disciples and elders of the 3 sects also retreated. Bang! Bang! The ice dragon stomped in the air and chased after the sect master of the Tianqian sect and the Tianyu demon sect. With every step it took, terrifying ice would fall like meteorites. Although the 2 of them tried their best to resist, they still spat out large mouthfuls of blood and their faces turned pale. Dragon God Valley, you're going to make the world your enemy. Let's see how long you can protect Lu Ming. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect howled. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked like a crazy woman. A terrifying demonic light burst out from her body. In the end, she self-detonated several great saint weapons and rushed out of the ice dragon ancestors' attack range. The sect master of the Tiantian sect followed closely behind her. The two of them were far away in an instant. The other powerhouses also flew at high speed and fled quickly. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the sphere of influence. The experts of Dragon God Valley didn't pursue. Don't chase after a cornered enemy. If the other party went crazy and fought back with all their might, they would also be injured. The disciples of Dragon God Valley heaved a sigh of relief after the people of the three major sects had left. The three major sects, including the Tiantian sect, were extremely powerful among the many forces in the Azure region. Each sect was not weaker than the Dragon God Valley. If the three major sects joined forces, the Dragon God Valley would be no match for them. If the legendary Ice Dragon ancestor had not appeared, they would have been in real danger. All disciples, clean up the battlefield and guard the place, let's go. The master of Ice Dragon Valley gave the order, glancing at the people of Silver Dragon Valley who were hiding at the back with cold eyes. This Lu Ming is really lucky. He's fine even after this. The Valley Master of Silver Dragon Valley did not notice the Valley Master of Ice Dragon's gaze. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Greetings, Ice Dragon Ancestor, Patriarch Ice Dragon. The Valley Masters of Ice Dragon Valley, Cloud Dragon Valley, and the others bowed to the Ice Dragon Patriarch. The Ice Dragon Patriarch twisted his body and turned into a burly old man. He waved his hand and said, "No need." Then, he looked at Lu Ming and took a step forward. He appeared in front of Lu Ming and sized him up curiously. Junior Lu Ming greets the Ice Dragon Patriarch. Lu Ming bowed to the Ice Dragon Patriarch. "Ha, you're not bad, kid. Come with me." Then, without saying anything else, he walked toward the great snow mountain in the depths of Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming was stunned. Why was the Ice Dragon Patriarch looking for him? Ming, go. The voice of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master rang in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming nodded and followed the Ice Dragon Patriarch in the air. The two of them, one in front and one behind, headed deep into the snow mountain. In the depths of Dragon God Valley, there were vast and endless snow mountains. The two of them crossed dozens of snow mountains before the Ice Dragon Patriarch finally stopped at a random snow mountain. Lu Ming landed beside the Ice Dragon Patriarch and did not say anything. "Your spirit body should be the 9 dragons' combat body, right?" said the Ice Dragon Patriarch. The 9 dragons' combat body was the Dragon God combat body. That's right. The bloodline I awakened was the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming nodded. The bloodline of the 9 dragons should be able to evolve continuously until you reach the upper-class heavenly spiritual body. I can see that your blood chi is strong and will evolve soon. I'll give you 3 drops of blood essence to help you. A jade bottle appeared in the Ice Dragon Patriarch's hand and he handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the bottle instinctively. He opened it and found 3 drops of blood essence in the bottle. They were like dazzling blood diamonds, exuding a terrifying dragon's might. There was even a small dragon circling the surface of the blood essence. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock. He could sense the aura of an absolute saint from the 3 drops of blood essence. These were 3 drops of blood essence of the holy true dragon. The spiritual essence of the true dragon blood was definitely more abundant than that of the Dragon Valley. These 3 drops of blood were priceless. Many thanks for Senior's generous gift. Lu Ming thanked him sincerely. You're welcome. I obtained these 3 drops of blood essence by accident. They're not of much use to me now. You can take them. Well, take good care of Xuanixin in the future, said the Ice Dragon Patriarch. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like the relationship between the Ice Dragon Patriarch and Xuanixin was not simple. An ice dragon and a snow dragon. Forefather. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his mouth and a storage ring appeared in his hand. Old ancestor, today's battle was all because of me. This storage ring is Emperor Tsung's storage ring. I will hand it over to you now. You can distribute it to the entire Dragon God Valley as you wish. This war was all because of him. Moreover, Lu Ming had a feeling that this matter would not end so easily. He could not bear to implicate the entire Dragon God Valley. Since he could not open the storage ring of Emperor Tsang, he might as well give it up to enhance the strength of Dragon God Valley. The ring of Emperor Tsang. You can keep it. This is your own opportunity. Dragon God Valley will not deprive any disciple of his opportunity. Depriving a disciple of his opportunity is the same as depriving him of his potential. How can he give birth to a peerless master? The Ice Dragon Patriarch waved his hand and continued, however, this ring has Emperor Tsang's imprint on it. I'm afraid that even if I attack, I won't be able to break the imprint in a short period of time. Keep it for now and you'll be able to break it by yourself in the future. Since the Ice Dragon Patriarch had said so, Lu Ming did not say anything more and kept Emperor Tsang's storage ring. Go, little guy. I look forward to your growth. The Ice Dragon Patriarch waved his hand. Lu Ming bowed to the Ice Dragon Patriarch and left. Spirit Body Evolution, Chaos Finger of Tribulation. Lu Ming returned to the Cloud Dragon Valley and entered the mountain and river diagram. He began to cultivate in seclusion, planning to refine 3 drops of the true dragon blood essence. Now, the key was to continuously improve his strength. If Lu Ming's spirit body could evolve again, his strength would definitely soar. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and took out a drop of true dragon blood essence. The blood essence exuded a powerful absolute saint's pressure, causing Lu Ming's skin to sting. Swallow. Lu Ming unleashed his devouring power and enveloped the drop of blood essence. He began to devour the spiritual essence in the blood essence and fused it into his body. 3 days later, the drop of blood essence was completely refined. Lu Ming took out another drop. Just like that, 9 days later, the 3 drops of blood essence had been completely refined. The energy had fused into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's accumulation had reached its limit. Roar! A dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. Above Lu Ming's head in the sky, a huge dragon appeared. It circled in the sky and roared continuously. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was emitting a dazzling radiance. His muscles were squirming as if there were small dragons swimming in his body. Lu Ming's body was undergoing a transformation. His bone armor was constantly becoming stronger. It was a few hundred to 1,000 times tougher than a Vajra. His muscles were full of elasticity, and once they exploded, they had earth-shattering power. His blood was filled with powerful life force and was extremely robust. Lu Ming's physical body became stronger and stronger. Like a divine dragon, his every move was indestructible. After a moment, the 9 dragons in the sky rushed into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Lu Ming then opened his eyes. I've successfully evolved. A medium-grade heavenly spiritual body. Lu Ming revealed a smile. He had a medium-grade celestial spiritual body. Moreover, Lu Ming's body had refined a trace of chaotic qi. The strength of his spirit body was not weaker than that of a high-grade celestial spiritual body. The evolution of the spirit body had increased Lu Ming's combat strength tremendously. Now, if he were to face an expert like Mo Kong again, he would be able to destroy Mo Kong's divine art with one move and kill him with one punch. With a thought, Lu Ming walked out of the mountain and river diagram. After 10 days of seclusion, Lu Ming wanted to find out how the situation in the Azure region was. Sure enough, he found out an important piece of information. The Tianxian sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect announced to the world that they were inviting all the other forces in the Azure continent to form an alliance in the Tianyu demonic sect in a month's time. They would destroy the Dragon God Valley and force Lu Ming to hand over the inheritance and treasures of Emperor Tsang. When this news came out, the entire Azure continent was shaken. For a time, the winds and clouds in the Azure region changed, as if a storm was brewing. Of the various powers in the Azure continent, there were some who maintained a neutral stance and were observing from the sidelines. Some forces were already on their way to the Tianyu demon sect. Alliance. Lu Ming's eyes were very cold. What a ruthless method. He wanted to unite the many powerful forces of the Azure continent to destroy Dragon God Valley. As for why he was at the Tianyu Demon Sect, it was because the Tianyu Demon Sect was the closest to Dragon God Valley. Once he made a move, he would be able to reach Dragon God Valley very quickly. In the Dragon God Valley, people were in a state of panic. Yin Zheng even secretly sent people to sow discord. For a time, the people of Dragon God Valley were stirred up. The voices of handing over Lu Ming became louder and louder. If it weren't for the Valley Master's full suppression and the Ice Dragon Patriarch's personal appearance, the situation would have been better. 1 month later, Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly and returned to his cave abode to continue his closed-door cultivation. It's time to practice the Chaos Finger. Lu Ming planned to start cultivating the Divine Power technique. And NBSP now, his Chaos Laws had a corresponding divine ability that he could cultivate. However, the Array Dao Laws did not have the corresponding sacred art, so he could only look for it in the future. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the Path Understanding Ancient Tree, meditating on the Finger of Calamity of Chaos. The difficulty of cultivating a sacred art was astonishingly high. This could be seen from the fact that most of the bright saints in the Azure continent had not succeeded in cultivating it. In the Azure continent, only supreme saints were able to successfully cultivate it. Moreover, the power of a divine ability varied greatly according to the temperature. Mo Kong's sacred art was only at 10% completion and he had just started. Of course, for sacred art techniques, every 10% or even 5% difference in maturity would result in a huge difference in power. For example, 20% would be several times stronger than 10%. If he cultivated it to 100%, its power would be earth-shattering. However, many absolute saints couldn't cultivate a technique to 100% completion. This was because cultivating divine powers was also a process of comprehending the laws. Divine powers and laws complemented each other. When cultivating a sacred art, it could increase one's comprehension of the laws. The stronger one's comprehension of the laws, the stronger the sacred art. Cultivating divine powers could greatly speed up one's comprehension of the laws. If one cultivated a divine power to 100%, it meant that one had comprehended the law to its peak and had completely mastered it. In this way, he could use a complete set of nomological laws as a foundation to evolve a small world and attempt to break through to the martial emperor realm. From this, one could see how difficult it was to cultivate a divine power to 100%. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 20 days had passed. The day of the alliance with the Tianshan sect was getting closer and closer. Sigh, I still haven't succeeded. Lu Ming sighed under the Path Understanding Ancient Tree. After more than 20 days, he still hadn't succeeded in cultivating the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. He hadn't even reached the beginner level. A remarkable power technique was indeed difficult to cultivate. Furthermore, it was a remarkable power technique that used the Chaos Laws as its foundation. The difficulty of cultivating it was even more difficult. Of course, once it was successfully cultivated, its power would definitely be shocking. I'm still too anxious. I'm too eager for quick success. The harder it is to succeed, the more I should relax. Lu Ming let out a breath of turbid air and exited the mountain and river diagram. He planned to go out for a walk or give Xiangxiang some guidance on her cultivation. Lu Ming strolled among the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. A cold wind blew, and Lu Ming's anxious mood slowly calmed down. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He took out a voice transmission jade talisman and looked at it. It was Qiu Yingying who had sent him a voice transmission. She sounded very anxious as if something big had happened. Lu Ming took a step forward and headed towards the entrance of Cloud Dragon Valley. Sure enough, at the entrance of Cloud Dragon Valley, he saw Qiu Yingying anxiously pacing back and forth. Yingying, what happened? Lu Ming asked directly. Lu Ming, please save my big brother. At the sight of Lu Ming, tears welled up in Qiu Ying's eyes as if she was about to cry. What's wrong, Brother Qiu? Lu Ming asked. My big brother is now in the Sunset Mountains. He's being chased by Mo Yang of the Tianyu demonic sect. Qiu Yingying said anxiously. The Sunset Mountains? You're being chased by Mo Yang. Let's go, we'll talk as we walk. Lu Ming waved his hand and the saint energy enveloped Qiu Yingying. He took Qiu Yingying into the air and flew out of Dragon God Valley. The Luoxia mountain range was located in the middle of the Dragon God Valley and the Tianyu demon sect. However, it was closer to the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming flew toward the Luoxia mountain range at top speed. On the way, Qiu Yingying explained the entire situation. Lu Ming, is it you? It turned out that Qiu Hao and a female disciple of the Tianyu demonic sect had gotten to know each other and fallen in love. However, for some reason, Mo Yang had found out about this, and in his rage, he had wanted to kill Qiu Hao and the female disciple. Qiu Hao and the female disciples of the Tianyu demonic sect had arrived early. Qiu Hao had brought the other party to Dragon God Valley, but he was chased by Mo Yang. Not long ago, he had fled into the Sunset Mountains and sent a voice transmission to Qiu Yingying for help. With Qiu Yingying's status in Dragon God Valley, how could she possibly find an expert that was too strong? Mo Yang had been at the third stage of the half-saint realm during the last treasure-fixing assembly, and he must have brought experts with him. If he had to ask for help, he would at least have to ask for the help of a saint. How could Qiu Yingying invite a saint? She could only think of Lu Ming, and in her panic, she went to find him. Lu Ming's current speed was astonishing. He brought Qiu Yingying with him and streaked across the sky like a stream of light. They headed towards the Sunset Mountains. In just a few hours, they were close to the Sunset Mountains. According to Qiu Yingying, her parents had made a destiny talisman for her and Qiu Hao since they were young. With the destiny talisman, they could sense each other's presence within a certain range. This was also to allow the siblings to take care of each other when they were out in the world. At the same time, in a valley in the Luoxia Mountains, Qiu Hao and a beautiful young woman were holding hands and looking at the sky with terrible expressions. In the air, 3 figures stood in the air and looked at the two of them with cold expressions. The person in the lead was Mo Yang, and behind him were 2 elders. Their auras were strong, and their saint might permeated the air. They were clearly 2 saint realm experts. Senior brother Mo Yang, Qiu Hao and I are truly in love. Please let us go. The young woman begged. Shut up, you bitch. So many Devil's Doctrine brothers have been pursuing you, but you've always rejected them. Why did you have to hang out with this trash from Dragon God Valley? You're simply courting death. Mo Yang coldly berated. Senior brother Mo Yang, when I first met Qiu Hao, there was no conflict between the Tianyu demonic sect and Dragon God Valley. The young woman explained. Shut up. You're just like that bitch Xian Yanqing. Both of you deserve to die. Mo Yang's face turned even colder, especially when he mentioned Xian Yanqing. His eyes burned with anger and evil. You're not allowed to insult the holy maiden. The young woman said. As expected, you're Xian Yanqing's servant. You two are the same. Today, it'll make you wish you were dead. Mo Yang descended from the sky, and his powerful aura pressed down on Qiu Hao and the other man. Qiu Hao's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What a piece of trash. I don't understand why a bitch like you would take a fancy to this piece of trash. Mo Yang looked at Qiu Hao with disdain and reached out his hand to grab him. Qiu Hao, run. The young woman pushed Qiu Hao away, then unleashed her demonic power and struck Mo Yang with her palm. However, the difference between her and Mo Yang was too great. Her palm power was directly crushed by Mo Yang, and she was caught by the demonic claws that he had condensed. Jiejia, Mo Yang, let go of Jiejia, die. Qiu Hao roared. With bloodshot eyes, he charged at Mo Yang like a wild beast. Trash, you're looking for death, die. Mo Yang shouted coldly. Demonic chi gathered and formed a demonic spear. It shot out like lightning and pierced Qiu Hao's chest, nailing him to the ground. Qiu Hao spat out a mouthful of blood. His cultivation was sealed by the demonic qi and he could not move at all. Qiu Hao! The young woman exclaimed. Pa! Mo Yang's palm landed on the young woman's face, and a palm print immediately appeared. The young woman's body began to struggle violently. Mo Yang's eyes burned with a fiery light. The evil fire in his eyes grew stronger as he stared at the young woman and said coldly, "You bitch, as Xie Nianking's maidservant, you actually look like her. Although you're not as pretty as that bitch, you can still play with her, ha ha ha. Animal, let her go, let her go." Mo Yang. Qiu Hao cried out, his eyes filled with rage. He wanted nothing more than to burn Mo Yang into ashes. Whoosh! 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 Mo Yang waved his hand, and beams of demonic light pierced through Qiu Hao's limbs, pinning him to the ground. He said coldly, "You piece of trash, how dare you seduce the disciple of my Tianyu demon sect? Now, I'll let you watch. Watch as I play with the person you love." Ha ha ha. As Mo Yang spoke, he became even more excited. He reached out his palm and reached out to the young woman. The two old men looked on coldly, as if they were already used to it. They were Mo Yang's trusted aides, and this was not the first time Mo Yang had done something like this. They had seen it many times. "Qiu Hao, we'll meet again in our next life." The young woman looked at Qiu Hao sadly, and her tears flowed down like a broken string of pearls. "Bitch, what are you doing? Die." Mo Yang also sensed that something was wrong and roared. However, it was already too late. A layer of green qi spread across the young woman's face and quickly covered her entire body. In just a few breaths, the young woman's life force was completely extinguished. "Bitch, you hid a poison pill in your mouth, die." Mo Yang roared. The young woman had actually hidden a poison pill in her mouth. At the critical moment, she bit through the poison pill. It was a terrifying poison, and in an instant, the young woman's life was extinguished. Mo Yang was extremely displeased. His mood, which he had finally managed to get, had been interrupted just like that. He casually threw the young woman's body to the side. "Jia jia!" Qiu Hao roared, his eyes bloodshot. "I'll leave this kid to you. Make him regret being born into this world." Mo Yang instructed an old man. "Yes, don't worry, young master. He will become a dog very soon." One of the old men smiled eerily and walked towards Qiu Hao. However, at this moment, a terrifying sound pierced through the air. A black bolt of lightning shot towards the old man at an astonishing speed. The old man's body trembled instinctively. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Puchi! A long black spear pierced through the old man's dantian, sliding him on the ground for thousands of meters, leaving a deep ditch on the ground. The old man's eyes were wide open as he stared at the sky in front of him. There were two young figures stepping on the air. One of them was a young man with long hair that fluttered in the wind. The killing intent he exuded was so terrifying that it made people feel as if they had entered the winter. Lu Ming. The old man spat out these two words with great difficulty. Then, his head tilted to the side and he breathed his last. The figures of the young man and woman were naturally Lu Ming and Qiu Ying. Big brother. When Qiu Ying saw Qiu Hao's miserable state, she cried out in shock, tears welling up in her eyes. "Lu Ming, it's you?" "No." Mo Yang screamed in horror, his face pale. "How do you want to die?" Lu Ming's gaze was very cold, extremely cold. A shocking murderous intent burst out from his body. He could guess the situation at the scene with just a glance. "Mo Yang, no one will be able to save you today," Lu Ming said coldly and stepped forward. "You, block him, die." Mo Yang roared, and his figure charged forward like lightning. The other elder would not be so foolish as to stop Lu Ming. Back then, outside Dragon God Valley, Lu Ming had displayed terrifying combat strength. The bright saint was invincible. If he went up, he would only be courting death. He turned and ran in another direction. Lu Ming would definitely chase after Mo Yang first. That way, he would be able to escape. None of you can escape, Lu Ming said coldly. He clenched his fist in the air, and a terrifying devouring power burst out. As his spirit body evolved, his devouring power also became stronger. The devouring power enveloped Mo Yang and the old man at the same time. Their bodies were subjected to a terrifying gravitational force. Not only were they unable to fly forward, but they were also forced to retreat. Ah, how could this be? Fly, fly, you're courting death. Mo Yang roared. He was so scared that his guts were about to split apart. He tried his best to fly forward, but his body was retreating faster and faster. The old man was the same. He couldn't even fly out with his Saint Realm cultivation. He was extremely shocked. Very soon, the two of them retreated to a spot not far from Lu Ming. Spare me, spare me. I didn't do anything. It was all Mo Yang's doing. The old man roared, betraying the old man. You, Mo Yang glared at the old man. You're all jackals of the same lair, you'll die. Lu Ming waved his hand. His holy power was like a knife, cutting the elder into two. His soul was destroyed at the same time. A saint in the initial bright saint realm was completely helpless in Lu Ming's hands. At this time, Qiu Yingying had already pulled out the demonic qi blade from Qiu Hao's body. Qiu Hao crawled to the young lattice side and hugged her body like a fool. This made Lu Ming's gaze turn even colder. A cold killing intent enveloped Mo Yang, and his eyes revealed a look of fear. So, how do you want to die? Finally, Lu Ming's gaze fell on Mo Yang. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. There are so many powerful forces in the Sky Demon Sect Alliance. If you kill me, not only will you die, but all your family and friends will die as well. Mo Yang roared. Whoosh! Lu Ming flicked his finger, and a beam of saint energy shot into Mo Yang's crotch, blasting it into pieces. Ah! Mo Yang let out a shrill scream, tears and snot flowing down his face. Even now, you're still threatening me. What a joke! Lu Ming said indifferently. Ah, Lu Ming, kill me if you can. Let me tell you, Xian Yanqing is dead too. You will never get her. Ha ha ha, you're too naive. Mo Yang laughed like a madman. He seemed to know that he wouldn't be able to live, so he decided to go all out. Lu Ming's heart trembled and his eyes emitted a terrifying light. Speak, what's wrong with little Qing? What did you do to her? Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I won't tell you. The next time you see her, she's no longer her. She might even kill you. Ha ha ha. Mo Yang laughed. Speak, what happened? Lu Ming's voice was even colder. He had a bad feeling in his heart. He had already felt that something was wrong with Xian Yanqing. The first time he went to the Tianyu demonic sect, he was hunted down on his way back. The second time he went, he didn't even see Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming, just kill me. Just kill me. I won't tell you. Mo Yang laughed heartily. He had gone all out. Do you think I can't do anything if you don't tell me? I'll know if I search your soul. Lu Ming said coldly. With a flash, he appeared in front of Mo Yang. He extended his hand and sealed Mo Yang's cultivation. Don't, Mo Yang was finally afraid. He struggled with all his might. However, his cultivation had been sealed. How could he struggle? Lu Ming stretched out his finger and touched Mo Yang's glabella. Mo Yang's body immediately stiffened, as if he had become a fool. Lu Ming activated his secret skill. His soul force seeped into Mo Yang's soul and he began to search his soul. However, right at this moment, a terrifying destructive force suddenly burst out near Mo Yang's soul. It wanted to destroy Lu Ming and Mo Yang's soul together. Mo Yang's soul is actually under a restriction. It seems like there's a big secret. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It was obvious that someone was afraid that Mo Yang's soul would be searched and his secret would be leaked. Thus, they had set up a seal around Mo Yang's soul. Once Mo Yang's soul was searched, the seal would be activated and destroy his soul. Once his soul was destroyed, Mo Yang would become an idiot. Naturally, he would not be able to find anything. It was very likely that it was a restriction left behind by Mo Yang's master, the sect master of the Sky Demon sect. Array Dao. Lu Ming growled and activated the Array Dao law. Countless runes filled the air and enveloped the destructive power, trying to seal it. However, the destructive force was very powerful. It kept destroying the runes that Lu Ming's Array Dao laws had turned into. If this went on, Lu Ming would not be able to hold on for long. Bubble. Lu Ming called out. Bubbles appeared and he cast the space-time law, which seeped into Mo Yang's body and enveloped the destructive energy. This temporarily blocked the destructive energy. I have to hurry up. Lu Ming cast the soul-searching art. Instantly, a series of vivid images appeared before his eyes. Suddenly, an image caught Lu Ming's attention. Lu Ming's vision seemed to have transformed into Mo Yang's as he followed a beautiful middle-aged woman down a passage. The beautiful middle-aged woman was the sect master of the Sky Demon sect. After walking through the dark passage, they came to an underground cave. In the underground cave, there was a beautiful woman sitting cross-legged, motionless. Her whole body was shrouded in demonic qi. Little Qing. Lu Ming's heart trembled. That peerless woman was Xian Yanqing. And NBSP Hu Hu. In this underground cave, a blood-red mist filled the air. At this time, this blood-red mist gathered together and formed a huge face. It looked like an extremely old woman. Have you brought the materials? The giant face opened its mouth, and its voice echoed in the underground cave. I've brought it. The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect took out a jade bottle, from which a few figures flew out. Lu Ming's heart trembled. That figure was clearly the soul of a sage. The giant face opened its mouth and sucked the souls into its mouth. It revealed an expression of enjoyment before speaking in a sharp voice, "It's still not enough. I'm still lacking a little. Hurry up and find me more souls. When I recover a certain amount of soul power, I can use this girl's body to be reborn. Hee, this girl has a great opportunity." Not only did she obtain the world core of an emperor-level master, but her body also contains a terrifying power. If I use her body to be reborn, not only will my cultivation be fully restored, but I will also be able to reach a higher level. Chapter 1722 Shocking Secret. The giant face let out a sharp laugh and twisted continuously. It was very strange. Lu Ming could clearly feel Mo Yang's body trembling slightly, as if he was very afraid. Blood Demon King, don't forget what you promised me. The Tianyu demonic sect said. Don't worry. When evil spirit religion rises again, they'll definitely have a way to help you step into the martial emperor realm. The giant face laughed. Boom. 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 A thunderous voice rang out in Lu Ming's mind. How could he not understand what was going on now? In the depths of the Tianyu demonic sect, there was a Dharma king of evil spirit. She seemed to want to use Xian Yanqing's body to be reborn, which meant that she wanted to possess Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming's heart was filled with endless anger. He was lying when he said that Xian Yanqing was in seclusion. Damn it! Lu Ming roared in his heart. He slowly forced himself to calm down and continued to read. Next, he saw a few images in succession. Suddenly, many people who did not look like they were from the Tianyu demonic sect appeared on the screen. The Intentionless Saber sect, it's the people of the Intentionless Saber sect. After taking a closer look, Lu Ming realized that these were actually people from the Intentionless Saber sect. The Intentionless Saber sect was actually hidden within the Tianyu demon sect. Without a doubt, the Tianyu demonic sect had also joined evil spirit. Chi. At that moment, the destructive power was getting more and more violent. It directly broke through the obstruction of the array Dao laws. Even the space-time laws could not stop it and were slowly broken through. A wisp of Lu Ming's soul immediately retreated from Mo Yang's soul. Then, the power of destruction drowned Mo Yang's soul. Ah! Mo Yang held his head and screamed madly. He seemed to be in extreme pain as he struggled on the ground. After a while, Mo Yang finally stopped struggling and passed out. It was obvious that Mo Yang's soul had been destroyed. Even if he woke up, he would still be an idiot. Little Qing. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with a shocking murderous intent. According to the contents of the soul search, Xian Yanqing should still be fine and not possessed. However, the situation was ever-changing, and no one knew what would happen next. Every day that Xian Yanqing stayed in the Tianyu demon sect was an extra day of danger. He had to save Xian Yanqing. It seemed that he had to take a break into the Tianyu demonic sect. His cultivation was not enough, but he had the reincarnation halberd. He might have a chance. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming calmed himself down and walked to Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao's side. Qiu Hao was still holding onto the young lattice body like an idiot. AI. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh. It was a pity that they were one step too late. Otherwise, such a thing would not have happened. Yingying, let's bring your big brother back to Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming said. N. Qiu Yingying nodded, and then softly said, Brother, let's go back to Dragon God Valley first. Miss Jejia has passed away. We have to bury her. That's right, Brother Qiu, you have to pull yourself together. Lu Ming said. Qiu Hao nodded and picked up the young lattice body before standing up. Although he had been severely injured, it was not a fatal injury. His martial emperor's spiritual body was strong and his recovery ability was extremely strong. He could already move. Brother Lu, thank you. Qiu Hao glanced at Lu Ming, then carried the young lattice body and walked forward. None of you can escape. At this moment, a voice came from the distance. Boom! 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 With a terrifying sound, a silver light streaked across the sky and approached at a terrifying speed. Before the sound even faded, the silver light had already arrived. The silver light dispersed, and a figure appeared. Yin Zheng. Lu Ming's pupils constricted and his eyes narrowed slightly. It was Yin Zheng, the master of Silver Dragon Valley. Yin Zheng, you're following me. Lu Ming said coldly. I'm only sending people to keep an eye on you. Yin Zheng said coldly. He swept his gaze across the scene and his eyes landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, hand over Emperor Tsang's legacy and treasures. Yin Zheng, you followed me without permission and wanted me to hand over Emperor Tsang's treasures and inheritance. Aren't you afraid that my master will find out? Lu Ming said. The master of Silver Dragon Valley sneered but didn't say anything. Or, after I give you Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures, you can kill us to silence us. Lu Ming said again. You don't have a choice today. Yin Zheng's voice was cold. Is that so? I choose not to say. Lu Ming said. If you don't tell me, you'll all die. I'll torture these two in front of you, step by step, so that they can't die. If you still don't tell me, I'll have to learn from you and search your soul. The master of Silver Dragon Valley said. Lu Ming's expression darkened. Yin Zheng, as the master of a valley, how could you treat a disciple of Dragon God Valley like this? How despicable. Lu Ming said. Cut the crap and hand it over. Yin Zheng shouted, greed flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and a white light flashed, keeping Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao into the mountain and river diagram. Then, Lu Ming used the thundering wind steps and dashed out like lightning. If you want to leave, then stay. A silver light flashed on Yin Zheng's body. He flew out like a silver dragon and caught up with Lu Ming in an instant. He threw a punch and a silver dragon flew out, pouncing toward Lu Ming with terrifying power. Buzz! Bubbles, who was on Lu Ming's shoulder, opened a space-time tunnel and Lu Ming stepped in. Space-time law. Break! Yin Zheng was shocked at first. Then, he roared and pushed his palms out with an overwhelming force. A huge silver dragon flew out with its fangs and claws bared. The dragon's claws grabbed the space-time tunnel. The space-time tunnel gave off a terrifying vibration and then exploded with a bang. Lu Ming had not crossed a long distance before he was directly shaken out of the space-time tunnel. Yin Zheng was too strong. He was an expert even among the great saints and his cultivation base was close to an absolute saint. On the other hand, Bubbles hadn't broken through to the saint realm. Although the space-time laws were profound, they were far inferior to Yin Zheng's. The space-time tunnel was destroyed by Yin Zheng in an instant. Is this the legendary space-time spirit mouse? Lu Ming, you're really blessed. No, it should be me who's blessed because all of this will be mine soon. Yin Zheng laughed loudly, extremely pleased with himself. Master, Valley Master. Lu Ming suddenly looked behind Yin Zheng and bowed slightly. He, Lu Ming, do you think I will believe such a low-level trick? Yin Zheng sneered. Lu Ming wanted to divert his attention and escape. How was that possible? Now, hurry up and hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death. You should be well aware that whether you hand them over or not, you are dead. If you hand them over, I will let you suffer less pain. Yin Zheng continued. I think you're the one who's dead. A cold voice was heard. It did not come from Lu Ming but from behind Yin Zheng. Yin Zheng's body stiffened when he heard the voice. Chapter 1723 Kill if you want. Yin Zheng's body stiffened, and his face turned green and white. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and he slowly turned around. Not far away, two old men were looking at Yin Zheng with cold eyes. Yin Zheng's face instantly turned pale. The two old men were the Valley Masters of Cloud Dragon Valley and Ice Dragon Valley. Yin Zheng, I'm really disappointed in you. Ice Dragon Valley Master sighed. What's there to say to him? If I don't kill him today, hell bring endless disasters. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's face no longer had a gentle smile. Instead, it was filled with cold killing intent. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out as the Cloud Dragon Valley Master stepped out. The terrifying sword power pressed towards Yin Zheng. Yin Zheng, what are you doing? You want to kill me? I'm the master of the Silver Dragon Valley, and my status is on par with yours. You're not qualified to kill me. Yin Zheng shouted. Laughable. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's voice was cold as he slashed out with his sword. The vast sword power caused Yin Zheng's expression to change. He gritted his teeth and instantly rushed towards Lu Ming, wanting to take him hostage. However, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master would not let him have his way. He changed the direction of his sword and slashed between Yin Zheng and Lu Ming. The terrifying sword power sent Yin Zheng flying while Lu Ming was unscathed. Buzz! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Once again, he swung his sword. Blood splattered in all directions, and Yin Zheng was almost cut in half. A terrifying wound appeared on his body, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was filled with horror. Valley Master, save me! Save me! I, the Valley Master of Silver Dragon Valley, have been giving my all for Dragon God Valley. I have made so many contributions over the years. You can't just watch me get killed. Yin Zheng cried out and begged the Master of Ice Dragon Valley. Yin Zheng, I've never seen you spare no effort in all these years. You're too selfish and devoted to yourself. Everything you do is for your disciples, your descendants, and yourself. You even abuse your power to seize the opportunities of other Valley disciples. The other Valley Masters have mentioned it to me many times and I've given you many chances, but you're unrepentant. Ice Dragon Valley Master sighed. No, there's no such thing. Slander, it's pure slander. Yin Zheng shouted and quickly denied. Slander. Then why did you ask Silver Dragon Valley to hide in the back during the war with the three sects? Ice Dragon Valley Master continued. That's not worth it. Is it worth it for Lu Ming, an ant from a deserted island? Is it worth it to fight to the death for him? Who does he think he is? My attitude has always been to hand him over and ease the relationship with the Heavenly God sect. Also, the reason why I asked Lu Ming to hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures was also because of this. I didn't do it for myself. I wanted to give it to other sects to appease their anger. This way, I can protect Dragon God Valley. Valley Master, everything I did was for the sake of Dragon God Valley. Heaven and earth can bear witness to this. Yin Zheng quibbled, just short of a nose and a tear. He directly pushed away everything that he had done just now and said that he had done it for the sake of Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming sneered. This old man was indeed more cunning than a fox. This, and NBSP, this. Ice Dragon Valley Master muttered. And NBSP, the Valley Master of Silver Dragon, saw the hesitation on Ice Dragon's face and was ecstatic. He thought that he was saved and was about to say more. Puchi. A long sword pierced through his dantian from behind, shattering his saint heart. Yin Zheng let out a shrill scream and turned around madly, looking at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master in disbelief. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master had actually made a move and destroyed his saint heart in one move. Once his saint heart was destroyed, he would be a cripple. Even if he didn't die, it would be worse than death. You, and NBSP. Yin Zheng's eyes popped out, filled with unwillingness. He had already persuaded the Ice Dragon Valley Master, but he hadn't expected that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master would not play by the rules. So much nonsense. If I say I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, his sword aura burst forth, and Yin Zheng's body was reduced to ashes. You believed his clumsy nonsense? And NBSP Cloud Dragon Valley Master waved his hand, and the sword flew back into his hand. He then gave Ice Dragon Valley Master an unhappy look. It's not that I believe him, it's just that we've been fellow disciples for so many years, so I can't bear to see him like this. And NBSP, hee. Ice Dragon Valley Master bitterly smiled. Valley Master, why have you come here? Lu Ming cupped his fists and asked curiously. Yin Zheng, this guy, he's always acting sneaky, he definitely doesn't have any good intentions. Senior brother and I just happened to be going out for some business, and when we saw Yin Zheng going out as well, we followed him along the way. I didn't expect him to actually have ideas about you, he's really looking for death. Originally, we didn't have a reason to kill him, but now it's time to behead him. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming nodded and asked, Master, you said you were going out. What's the matter? Aren't the other sects forming an alliance in the Tianyu Demon sect? Let's go and join in the fun. We can't just sit and wait for our deaths. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. The Tianyu Demon sect. Master, Valley Master, when I searched Mo Yang's soul earlier, I discovered a huge secret. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Then, Lu Ming told him about the blood demon Shakyamuni and the intentionless saber sect. What? The Tianyu demonic sect has actually sided with evil spirit, and they've even hidden a Dharma king and people from the intentionless saber sect. And NBSP, what? Ice Dragon Valley Master was shocked. Just in time. Just in time, we can break their alliance. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes lit up and he laughed. Ming, you should return to Dragon God Valley first. Well, set off for the Tianyu Demon sect now. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master continued. Master, I want all of you to come with me. Lu Ming said. No, it's too dangerous for you to go. There are many experts in the Tianyu Demon sect now. If the war starts, even I can't protect you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master waved his hand and refused. Master, I've obtained a treasure in the 100-clan battlefield that's enough for me to protect myself. I also have a plan that, if successful, can split the other party's alliance. Let's go, Lu Ming said. He then told her his plan. You can really protect yourself? Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked again. When he received an affirmative answer from Lu Ming, he nodded and said, All right, well, carry out your plan then, Master, please wait a moment. I have to send Ying and the others back to Dragon God Valley first. Lu Ming said. Well, bring you back with us. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming nodded and then kept Mo Yang into the mountain and river diagram. Mo Yang would be indispensable in his future plans. As for the corpses of the two saints, Lu Ming burned them to ashes. Then, the Valley Masters of Cloud Dragon Valley and Ice Dragon Valley brought Lu Ming back to Dragon God Valley. After releasing Qiu Yingying and her sister, the two Valley Masters took Lu Ming in the direction of the Sky Demon Sect. Master, Valley Master, with just the three of us, I'm afraid we don't have enough manpower. Lu Ming said. The three of us are obviously not enough. There are still others. I'll bring you to them later. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master smiled. Chapter 1724. Killing his way to Tianyu Demon Sect. On a tall and handsome mountain peak, Lu Ming saw three figures standing against the wind. The Ice Dragon Patriarch, the head of the Life and Death Sword Sect, and the Lord of Demon Castle. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The relationship between the Life and Death Sword Sect, Demon Castle, and Dragon God Valley was very good, especially the Demon Castle, which had a close relationship with the Ice Dragon Patriarch. It was not surprising that the three sects stood together. This way, there were 5 absolute saints. The Ice Dragon Patriarch, Cloud Dragon Valley Master, and the Life and Death Sword Sect leader were more powerful than normal absolute saints. This was a terrifying power. Why did you guys bring this little guy here? The Demon Castle Lord's eyes were like 2 suns as he looked at Lu Ming. It's like this, the Valley Master told him about the situation that Lu Ming had learned from Mo Yang's soul search, as well as Lu Ming's plan. So, the Tianyu Demon Sect is also a remnant of evil spirit. I've long guessed that there are other sects that are remnants of evil spirit, but I didn't expect it to be the Tianyu Demon Sect. The Demon Castle Lord's body emitted a golden light, and his voice was cold. It's a good time to reveal the truth this time. Perhaps we can catch all the evil spirit remnants. The sect leader's voice was also very cold. Then, they discussed the details and waited quietly. 3 days later, many sects would gather at the Tianyu Demonic Sect to form an alliance. The Tianyu Demonic Sect was bustling with activity. This time, 6 of the 12 top-tier sects of the Azure Continent had gathered on the Sky Demon Sect's Demon Mountain. The Tianyu Demonic Sect, Yudu Sect, Tianshan Sect, Evil Moon Sect, Blood Demon Tower, and Zhouxiao Sword Sect. As for the Sky King Palace, Linglong Palace, and Peyuan family, the 3 major forces chose to remain neutral and watch. No one came forward. As for the Life and Death Sword Sect and the Demon Castle, they naturally wouldn't come. There were 6 top sects and dozens of other small and medium-sized forces. The Tianyu Demonic Sect was packed with people. On a towering demon mountain, there was a huge hall. In front of the hall, there were many banquet tables. The experts of the 6 top sects, including the Tianyu Demon Sect and the Tianshan Sect, were all sitting at the top. There were also some leaders of the small and medium-sized forces. The Grand Master of the Sky Demon Sect sat at the head of the table. He looked around and said, "This alliance is meant to destroy Dragon God Valley. Do you have any suggestions? I think that if we can force Lu Ming to hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures, there's no need to fight to the death with Dragon God Valley. We'll suffer 800 losses even if we lose 1,000 enemies. If we fight to the death with Dragon God Valley, our losses will not be small either." And NBSP, the Evil Moon sect leader, said. His words immediately received the approval of some of the smaller factions. Their alliance this time was for Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures, not to fight to the death with Dragon God Valley. You're wrong. With Lu Ming's current achievements, if he doesn't die, who can rival him when he grows up in the future? If Dragon God Valley was not destroyed, it would definitely cause endless trouble in the future. How could it not be destroyed? If we don't, we'll be the ones in danger in the future. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect said. The others' expressions changed. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect was not bad. Lu Ming's talent was too strong. If he grew up in the future and harbored a grudge, with the support of Dragon God Valley, no one would be able to defeat him. All the sects that had participated in this matter were in danger. In my opinion, not only Dragon God Valley should be destroyed, but the Life and Death Sword sect and Demon Castle should also be destroyed one by one. This way, we can eliminate all future troubles. Moreover, we can divide the territory they occupy equally. In this way, our sect will be stronger. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect continued with a cold look in his eyes. If she didn't start a war, how could she obtain the souls of powerful saints for the Blood Demon Discipline King to absorb? How could they weaken the power of the Azure Continent? Therefore, the most important thing was not to destroy Lu Ming. The most important thing was to start a war. Just as the various sects were discussing, Lu Ming arrived alone outside the Tianyu demonic sect. He did not stop and headed straight for the sect. Who's there? Stop! Someone shouted. A few young guards of the Sky Demon sect appeared. When they saw Lu Ming, their faces changed and they shouted, Lu Ming is here. Get lost! Lu Ming took a step forward. The sky rumbled and the young guards spat out mouthfuls of blood. Figures flew out from the Tianyu demonic sect. A few of them had powerful auras and were obviously in the Saint realm. When they saw Lu Ming, their expressions changed drastically. Someone shouted, quickly report to the sect master. Kill! Lu Ming stepped forward and shouted. He activated the divine sword technique. The few saints screamed in pain as their souls were destroyed by Lu Ming's divine sword technique. Lu Ming exuded a cold killing intent as he stepped forward in the air. Those below the Saint realm were pale. They did not dare to stop Lu Ming and retreated. Many experts were in the middle of a discussion in the lofty hall when a few figures suddenly flew over in a hurry. The sect master's face darkened as he chided, "What's the rush? Can't you see that I'm discussing important matters with the sect masters?" "Sect master, Lu Ming is here," one of the elders quickly said. As soon as he said that, the entire place fell silent. What? Lu Ming? How many people are there? The sect master of the Sky Demon sect asked. Just one person, just Lu Ming alone. The old man replied. How dare he barge in here alone? Sect leader, I'll go out and capture Lu Ming. A great saint from the Tianyu demonic sect said. Wait a minute. It's impossible for Lu Ming to come here alone to die. He must be up to something. Let's all go out and see what he's up to. What do you think, everyone? The sect master of the Sky Demon sect said. Alright, who cares what tricks he has up his sleeves? There are so many of us here. He won't stand a chance. Let's take this opportunity to capture Lu Ming and force him to hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. Ha! Let's go. The experts of the various sects all headed out of the Demon Mountain. Soon, they saw some disciples of the Sky Demon sect retreating while Lu Ming walked alone in the air. No one could stop him. This made the sect master of the Sky Demon sect's face turn gloomy. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect scanned the surroundings before his gaze landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, who else is with you? Tell them to show themselves. If you want the others to show themselves, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming said indifferently. He stood tall and straight, his eyes shining with a strong fighting spirit. His meaning was self-evident. Arrogant. I was careless last time. This time, I'll take you down. An old man in a white robe stepped out. It was Mo Kong, the expert from the Tianxin sect who had fought with Lu Ming last time. Senior Mo Kong, I'll help you. A middle-aged brawny man stepped out of the Tianyu demon sect. He exuded a shocking aura. He was a great circle bright saint, no weaker than Mo Kong. Moreover, after knowing Lu Ming's combat strength, those who dared to stand out had most likely cultivated a divine power technique and were very confident in their combat strength. Add me. An old man from the Desire Poison sect also walked out. He was also in the great circle of the Bright Saint stage. Fighting a great saint, the three experts formed a fan shape and surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood calmly in the void as if he did not see anything. Brat, surrender. Mo Kong said coldly. Nonsense. Old man, if you want to attack, then attack. Last time, you managed to escape with your life. This time, I will take your life. Lu Ming said indifferently. Arrogant, kill, cut. Mo Kong shouted. Holy light burst forth, forming terrifying ribbons of holy light that enveloped Lu Ming. They formed a terrifying cutting power that cut at Lu Ming wildly. Lu Ming stood there quietly and did not dodge, allowing the holy light ribbon to envelop him. After the holy light ribbon had enveloped him, he made his move. He struck out with his palm and the holy light ribbon exploded. Lu Ming moved like lightning and charged at Mo Kong. Not good. Mo Kong's expression changed drastically. He felt that Lu Ming's combat strength had increased again. How was this possible? How long has it been? Devil Flame War Blade. Poison rules the world. At this moment, the experts of the Sky Demon sect and Yudu sect both made their moves. As expected, both of them had mastered sacred arts. The moment they attacked, it was a terrifying sacred art. The power of the divine ability was extremely shocking. It could easily kill experts of the same level who did not know any divine abilities. However, Lu Ming's expression was cold. He did not stop and struck out two palms in a row. Bang! Bang! Their divine abilities were destroyed by Lu Ming. In an instant, Lu Ming appeared in front of Mo Kong. Mo Kong's body turned cold as he retreated frantically. However, a powerful devouring force enveloped him and made him stop. Kill! Lu Ming rushed over and struck out with his palm. His palm was like a heavenly blade. Mo Kong's body was cut in half and his soul was destroyed. Mo Kong was dead. Many people were shocked. Mo Kong was an old monster who had cultivated for more than 100,000 years. His cultivation had reached the great circle of the Bright Saint stage and he had cultivated a divine power technique. His combat strength was definitely at the peak of the Bright Saint stage. However, in Lu Ming's hands, he was crushed and easily killed. The visual impact was too strong. Buzz! After Lu Ming killed Mo Kong, he did not stop and rushed toward the other two. 9 sealing gates suddenly appeared in the sky and suppressed the expert from the Tianyu demon sect. The expert roared and madly slashed at the surrounding sealing gates. However, before the 9 sealing gates could be opened, Lu Ming had already arrived. No, he screamed in horror, but Lu Ming's palm came down and destroyed everything. The experts of the Tianyu demon sect followed in Mo Kong's footsteps and were killed by Lu Ming. In an instant, Lu Ming had killed 2 experts. The last expert from the Yudu sect was so frightened that he was scared out of his wits. He did not dare to fight Lu Ming and retreated frantically into the crowd. You're really a piece of trash. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Now, you're so scared that you're shrinking back. Lu Ming looked at the person from the Desire Poison sect in disdain. The man's face turned red and he didn't say a word. This brat's combat strength has become stronger again. The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect murmured. His eyes were solemn, and his killing intent grew stronger. The others were the same. They were extremely shocked. A month ago, in the Dragon God Valley, although Lu Ming could suppress Mo Kong, it was definitely not that easy. He had to fight with many moves. But this time, he was completely crushed. This was natural. Lu Ming's spirit body had evolved into a medium-grade heaven spirit body and his combat strength had increased tremendously. It was easy for him to kill a character like Mo Kong. Who else wants to take me down? Make your move. Lu Ming said calmly. I'll kill you. A cold voice was heard. Then, a burly elder stepped out of the Sky Demon sect. He had a strong body, and his demonic chi was soaring into the sky. Every step he took shook the sky. He stood in front of Lu Ming. His terrifying aura made it difficult for many people to breathe. Great Sage. Many people murmured. The Great Sage was about to make his move. Great Sage Minor Mastery, make your move. I want to see how strong a Great Sage is. Lu Ming said. You'll regret it very soon. The burly elder said coldly. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Lu Ming. The demonic Dao laws circulated. The punch caused the air to howl violently. It was like a mountain as it crashed toward Lu Ming. A Supreme Saint's combat power was much stronger than a Bright Saint's. Roar. A dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch as well. There was no shadow of the steel, but Lu Ming's fist seemed to have turned into the prison-suppressing steel. Even the color of his fist seemed to be the same color as the prison-suppressing steel. Thump. Their fists collided with each other, creating a terrifying boom. A terrifying shock wave burst out from their fists and rushed to both sides. The clouds in the sky were scattered by the shock wave as if they had been cut by a heavenly blade. One of the demon mountains was hit by the shock wave and exploded. Buzz! Buzz! The two of them retreated at the same time. They were evenly matched. Hiss hiss hiss. Many people gasped and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Abnormal, monstrous, too terrifying. He was only a lower-tier Bright Saint, but he could actually cross an entire realm and fight with a lower-tier Great Saint. What kind of concept was crossing over a major realm? They had never even heard of it before, let alone seen it. There was no record of it in the ancient records of the Azure continent. The difference between the initial Bright Saint realm and the Great Saint realm was too great. A Great Saint expert could kill a large group of initial Bright Saints with one slap. But now, Lu Ming could fight head-on with a Great Saint expert and not be at a disadvantage. It was incredible. The sect masters of the Sky Demon sect and the Tianxian sect were filled with murderous intent. They had to kill Lu Ming. If this continued, it would not take long for Lu Ming to surpass and kill them all. He had to kill Lu Ming. Is this all the Great Sage realm has? Lu Ming said calmly. Arrogant, kill. The tall and sturdy old man roared like a mad beast. A battle axe appeared in his hand. He raised the battle axe high and a huge axe formed in the sky. Demonic light bloomed on the giant axe, surrounding the laws. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. This was a terrifying sacred art. After stepping into the Great Sage realm, it was not difficult to cultivate a superpower. It was only a matter of how well it was done. Slash! The burly old man waved his arm and the giant axe chopped down. It was as if it could split the sky and destroy everything. At that moment, Lu Ming's body glowed with light spots. There were a total of 108 light spots, and from each light spot, a holy weapon flew out. A total of 108 holy weapons surrounded Lu Ming. A combat sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Its sword chi soared into the sky, and its aura was shocking. It was a Great Saint weapon. He had obtained this Great Saint weapon from the Divine Sun during his battle with him. In the past month, although Lu Ming had put all his effort into comprehending the Chaos Finger of Tribulation, he had also taken some time to cultivate the 10,000 Soldiers Scroll. Now that Lu Ming had entered the Saint Realm, his cultivation base had skyrocketed, and his spirit body had evolved. In one breath, Lu Ming sealed 108 Saint weapons in his acupoints, one of which was a Great Saint weapon. Chapter 1726 Defeating a Great Sage. The battle weapon chi of the 108 Saint weapons was extremely powerful. Lu Ming wielded the great saint sword and slashed out. A ray of sword light soared into the sky and clashed with the huge axe. Boom! In the air, the giant axe and the giant sword light clashed together, creating a terrifying boom. Then, they were both destroyed. No one had the upper hand. Kill, kill! Lu Ming shouted. He took a step forward and charged at his opponent. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a single thought, the saint weapons around him began to charge at his opponent. The burly elder shouted and waved his battle axe, sending the combat weapons flying. Lu Ming rushed forward with his combat sword in hand. The sword glowed with a milky white holy light. Clang! The two of them exchanged another blow, and they were still equally matched. Lu Ming took a step back and took a step in the air, then charged at his opponent again. His opponent did the same. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. The battle sword and the battle axe kept colliding with each other, sending sparks flying in all directions. It was as if a storm was blowing in the air. The entire audience was silent as they watched without blinking. Many people were already numb to Lu Ming's combat strength. Could it be that even a great saint could not take down Lu Ming? Could it be that a stronger expert was needed? That would be really embarrassing. The sect master's face turned even gloomier. The great saint weapon in Lu Ming's hand belonged to the Divine Sun. He had given it to the Divine Sun. Now, it was in Lu Ming's hands and had become his weapon. Lu Ming and the burly elder clashed head-on. They exchanged dozens of moves in an instant. The more the burly old man fought, the more shocked and anxious he became. A great saint had attacked a young man in the initial bright saint realm, and in a head-on battle, he had actually failed to take him down. This had never happened before in the history of the Azure continent. His attacks became more and more violent. Clang! Lu Ming exchanged another blow with his opponent and retreated. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes turned pitch black, like two deep pools, unfathomable. At that moment, the burly elder seemed to have realized that Lu Ming had disappeared. Between heaven and earth, giant dragons pounced toward him. Illusion, break! The burly old man roared. The soul in his sea of consciousness shone, and the battle axe in his hand swept out, destroying everything. This technique was the soul illusion technique, which he had obtained from Chiao Ying. Buzz! After casting the soul illusion, Lu Ming took a step forward and charged at the burly elder. Not good. The people who were watching the battle, especially those from the Sky Demon sect, were shocked. They saw that the burly old man suddenly slashed wildly at the air. Lu Ming's body was approaching at high speed, but the other party did not seem to have any reaction. Buzz! Lu Ming's sword was aimed at the burly elder. Get lost! At this moment, the burly old man roared. He seemed to sense the danger and swung his battle axe at Lu Ming. The axe hit the combat sword and blocked Lu Ming's attack. It seems that my soul power is not enough. Lu Ming muttered. Due to the fusion of the main body and the secondary body, Lu Ming's soul force had skyrocketed and was now equivalent to the soul force of a great sage initial mastery. However, the other party was also a great sage initial mastery and his soul force was not weaker than his. Although Lu Ming had cast the soul illusion technique to make the other party hallucinate, the other party could still feel it when he was faced with a fatal blow. Just like at the treasure auction, Chiao Ying's soul power was far above the other party's, but the other party could not feel it at all and was completely trapped in the illusion. Kill! Lu Ming waved his hand and more than 100 holy weapons, all of which were offensive, flew towards the burly elder. At the same time, he stepped forward and attacked the burly elder. The burly old man roared. He kept swinging his battle axe, bringing with it a violent wind that swept in all directions. Lu Ming could not get close. Do you think this will work? Suppress. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and the Tai Chi formation disc appeared, filled with endless runes. A Tai Chi pattern appeared and pressed down on the burly old man. The Tai Chi formation disc was mysterious and powerful. As Lu Ming's cultivation level increased, the power it could unleash became stronger as well. Buzz! The Tai Chi pattern pressed down on the burly old man. The Tai Chi pattern contained the power of destruction and sealing. The burly old man's body trembled and he retreated. Kill! Lu Ming arrived and slashed down with his sword, cutting the burly elder into two. However, as a supreme saint, he wouldn't die even if he was cut in half. The elder's body, which had been cut in half, retreated frantically. Lu Ming chased after him relentlessly, wanting to kill him. Enough! The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect waved his hand, and his saint energy wrapped around the elder like a ribbon, pulling him behind him. The burly elder broke away from the range of Lu Ming's illusion. The two halves of his body connected together and recovered rapidly. He looked at Lu Ming with lingering fear. He was almost killed by Lu Ming just now. Many people trembled in their hearts. Lu Ming had almost killed a great saint with his cultivation at the initial Bright Saint realm. What's wrong? If the Bright Saint can't do it, then the Great Saint can. Now that the Great Saint can't do it, are you, an absolute saint, going to make a move? Lu Ming looked at the sect master of the Sky Demon sect and mocked. He hated the sect master of the Sky Demon sect to the core and wanted to kill him immediately. He actually gave Xian Yanqing to evil spirits Dharma King to possess him. She had probably planned this since Xian Yanqing joined the Tianyu Demon sect and was accepted as her disciple. How dare you, Lu Ming? This is the Tianyu Demon sect. How can you act so atrociously here? Alright, now hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect spoke indifferently and changed the topic to Emperor Tsang's treasure. There's no hurry. I'll let you see a person first. Lu Ming smiled. Then, he made a grabbing motion in the air, and the Mo Yang appeared in his hand. At this moment, Mo Yang was still unconscious in Lu Ming's hands. Yang, what did you do to him? The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect's expression changed slightly as he berated. It's nothing much. This guy was chasing after a disciple of my Dragon God Valley. I happened to run into him, so I knocked him out and brought him here. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Now, give me Yang, The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect spoke in a commanding tone. I can give it to you, but you have to give me Nianqing first. Well, each exchange one person. That's fair. Lu Ming said. In exchange for Nianqing? What a joke. Nianqing is my disciple, so how could I exchange another disciple for this disciple? The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect immediately rejected. Lu Ming's expression did not change. He had long guessed this outcome. The other party wanted to use Xian Yanqing to let evil spirits Shakyamuni possess him. Why would he trade for Mo Yang? So you're not exchanging? I've searched Mo Yang's soul before, and I discovered a shocking secret in his memories. Lu Ming smiled. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect's expression changed. His eyes turned even more sinister as he glared at Lu Ming. Don't lie to me, no one can search Yang Er's soul. Chapter 1727 Successful Blackmail. I know you've set up a seal near Mo Yang's soul. Once you search his soul, it will be destroyed. Unfortunately, you've underestimated me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. His smile made the sect master of the Sky Demon sect's expression turn uglier and uglier. You're still too inexperienced to try to deceive me. Let go of Yang, The sect master of the Sky Demon sect sneered and stepped forward. Stop. One more step and I'll kill him. Lu Ming grabbed Mo Yang's neck and said coldly as he retreated. Since you don't believe me, then I'll make it public. The Tianyu Demon sect is a remnant of evil spirit cult. At the bottom of the Demon Mountain, there's a disciplined king of evil spirit cult. There are also people from the intentionless Saber sect hiding in the Tianyu Demon sect. Lu Ming retreated as he spoke, his voice reverberating throughout the entire venue. As soon as he said that, the entire place fell silent. Many people's eyes widened in shock as they looked at the sect master of the Sky Demon sect. Tian-Yu demonic sect was actually evil spirit religion's remnant. Was that for real? Boom! The sect master of the Tiantian sect glowed with holy light as he looked at the sect master of the Sky Demon sect coldly. Is Lu Ming's words true? Nonsense. How could you believe such a clumsy plan to sow discord? The Sky Demon sect master said coldly, his face extremely gloomy. The sect master of the Tiantian sect's expression kept changing. Perhaps, this was really Lu Ming's plan to sow discord. If I want to verify whether it's true or not, I just have to search Mo Yang's soul again on the spot and project the images in his memories. Wouldn't that make things clear? Everyone, do you want to see it? That's very exciting. Lu Ming smiled. Then, he lifted Mo Yang up and pointed at the space between his eyebrows, as if he was going to search his soul again. What do you want to do? If you want to harm Yang, you're courting death. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect bellowed as he swiped his claw out. A gigantic demonic claw formed and swiped at Lu Ming. The demonic claw emitted a terrifying engine. It wanted to kill Lu Ming and Mo Yang together and destroy the evidence. Whoosh! High in the sky, a dazzling sword light slashed down, splitting the demonic claw in half. The sword light converged, and a figure appeared beside Lu Ming. It was the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. What's wrong? You want to silence me, afraid that your evil spirit religion will be exposed? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Yun Ruoxu, you're here. Everyone, let's attack together and kill them. Then, we'll destroy Dragon God Valley. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect shouted. I think we should first search Mo Yang's soul and see what's going on. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect said coldly. Although he really wanted to kill Lu Ming and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, he could only put Lu Ming aside for the time being when it came to the evil spirit cult. If the Tian-Yu demonic sect was really evil spirit's remnant, and what Lu Ming said was true, then the matter would be serious. It was obvious that the Tian-Yu demon sect was using them as a tool to incite internal strife in the Tsang region. If they were not careful, the Tiantian sect would be destroyed. Such a big matter had to be cleared up first. That's right. I'll search their souls first. If Lu Ming's words are false, it won't be too late to kill them then. The Jiuxiao Sword sect leader said. The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect's expression changed. Then, he said coldly, all right, let them search our souls. We'll kill them after we've proven the Sky Demon sect's innocence. Lu Ming, search their souls. The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect retreated, and his expression returned to normal. He had a clear conscience. All right, Master, you can search his soul and project the image. Lu Ming said to Cloud Dragon Valley Master as he mentioned Mo Yang. All right. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master nodded and reached out to touch Mo Yang's forehead. Do it. At this moment, the sect master of the Sky Demon sect suddenly roared and attacked. He struck his palm at the sect master of the Tiantian sect beside him. At the same time, countless people in the crowd made their moves. Terrifying attacks were launched at the people around them. The sect master of the Tiantian sect was shocked. At the critical moment, he used all his strength to block the attack of the sect master of the Sky Demon sect. However, he was forced to retreat and spit out a mouthful of blood. In his haste, it was difficult for him to completely block the other party's attack. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect was more alert, while those who were less alert were directly killed. At the scene, a series of miserable screams rang out. Ah! An unwilling roar resounded throughout the heaven and earth within the Tiantian sect. This roar came from another absolute saint of the Heavenly God sect. This time, there were two absolute saints from the Heavenly God sect. Beside him, the Tower Master of the Blood Demon Tower launched an attack on him. The terrifying sword light directly shattered his saint heart. The sword light burst forth, and the Supreme Saint Expert of the Tiantian sect died. In addition, the Yudu sect's experts also attacked the Evil Moon sect and Joxiao sword sect's experts. The Evil Moon sect's sect master was severely injured, but fortunately, he reacted in time and was not killed. In that instant, many experts from the three sects were killed. Blood Demon Tower, Desire Poison sect, you are all traitors. The Heavenly God sect's sect master roared. Lu Ming is right. You are indeed evil spirits' remnants. The Grand Master of the Joxiao sword sect roared. They had suffered a great loss just now. Ever since Lu Ming said that the Tianyu demonic sect was evil spirit religion's remnant, they had more or less developed a sense of wariness against the Tianyu demonic sect. However, he had never expected that the Desire Poison sect and the Blood Demon Tower were actually birds of a feather. They've finally made their move. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. This was his plan. He would use the excuse of searching Mo Yang's soul to extort the Tianyu demonic sect. The plan was very successful, and the sect master of the Sky Demon sect did not dare to take the risk. However, he had not expected that the Blood Demon Tower and the Desire Poison sect were actually birds of a feather. Kill, kill, kill them all. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect shouted. His voice was extremely cold as he launched a storm of attacks at the sect master of the Heavenly God sect. The forces of the three major sects, the Tianjin sect, the Joxiao sword sect, and the Evil Moon sect, had originally been very strong. They were not weaker than the Tianyu demon sect, the Blood Demon Tower, and the Yudu sect. However, they had just been ambushed. One of the divine sect's absolute saints was killed, the Evil Moon sect's sect master was severely injured, and the other absolute saint of the Joxiao sword sect was also severely injured. They were in great danger. The only one who could maintain his peak combat strength was the sect leader of the Joxiao sword sect. As for the great saints and bright saints, they had suffered even more losses. The situation was extremely unfavorable. Kill! Kill! At this time, a large number of figures rushed out from another demon mountain, killing their way over. The intentionless saber sect is indeed here. There are also people from Evil Spirit. There are 4 absolute saints. Someone cried out in alarm, revealing a look of despair. One could tell that there were 2 groups of people among the people who rushed out. One group was from the intentionless saber sect, led by 2 absolute saints. The other group was dressed in black robes and should be experts from Evil Spirit. The 2 people leading them were also absolute saints. The people of the 3 sects, the Heavenly God sect, the Joxiao sword sect, and the Evil Moon sect, looked desperate. Ming, take care of yourself. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said to Lu Ming. Then, he wielded his sword and charged at the evil spirit cultivators. Roar! A dragon's roar was heard, and the Ice Dragon Patriarch appeared. His huge dragon claws grabbed at the 2 absolute saints of the intentionless saber sect. Lu Ming beheads an absolute saint, the Ice Dragon Patriarch of Dragon God Valley. The expressions of the 2 powerhouses from the intentionless saber sect changed drastically. They slashed out terrifying saber lights towards the Ice Dragon Old Ancestor. Whoosh! A black and white sword chi cut through the void and slashed at the Tower Master of Blood Demon Tower. Then, with a loud roar, a divine sun lion appeared. The Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley also appeared and joined the battle. Although the Deity sect and the other major sects had previously discussed about destroying Dragon God Valley, they couldn't just leave them in the lurch. If the experts of the Deity sect, Joxiao sword sect, and Evil Moon sect all died here, the remaining forces in the Azure region would be greatly weakened. This was exactly what Evil Spirit wanted. They had to join forces to deal with Evil Spirit. The scene was in a chaotic battle. Many absolute saints flew into the sky and started fighting. The battle between absolute saints was too terrifying. The overflowing chi could kill great saints and bright saints, not to mention those below the saint realm. They all had disciples below. If they fought with all their strength below, the disciples of both sides would die. The absolute saints flew into the sky and fought. The others below were fighting, and screams kept coming. Little Qing, it's in that demon mountain. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the area. According to the images he saw in Mo Yang's memories, his gaze landed on the place where many sects had gathered. Xian Yanqing was imprisoned under the demon mountain. The soul of evil spirit's blood demon master was also below. Lu Ming stepped forward. He had a saint weapon around him and a sword in his hand. With one slash, he killed a saint of the Tianyu demonic sect. Then, he killed another saint of the Yu Du sect with one strike. After killing a few people, Lu Ming did not linger in the battle. He used the thundering wind steps and his figure flickered as he headed towards the demon mountain. Lu Ming, die. With a loud roar, a middle-aged brawny man charged at Lu Ming with a demonic blade in his hand. His aura was extremely shocking. This was a great saint. He was even more powerful than the burly elder who had fought with Lu Ming previously. Lu Ming waved his sword and slashed with all his might. Clang! The other party's saber gleam directly crushed Lu Ming's sword gleam and slashed at Lu Ming's combat sword. Lu Ming felt an unstoppable force surging towards him. He retreated continuously, his qi and blood churning, and a mouthful of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Great Sage Great Mastery. This was an expert in the Great Sage Great Mastery realm. He was extremely powerful and Lu Ming was no match for him. Cripple him first. After the battle is over, we'll force out his secret. A few more people appeared in front of Lu Ming. They were all great saints. One of them was the burly elder who had fought with Lu Ming earlier. His eyes were cold. There were a total of 4 great saints. Lu Ming could not possibly defeat them. The 4 great saints' auras exploded and pressed down on Lu Ming. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ming said coldly. The holy weapons around him flew into his body and disappeared. A large halberd appeared in his hand. Reincarnation halberd. Zhen Yuan poured into the reincarnation halberd. A beam of energy was activated, and a layer of black light appeared on the halberd. You still want to kill us? Die. The middle-aged man slashed at Lu Ming again. Kill. Lu Ming held the reincarnation halberd and slashed with all his might. With a clang, the battle saber in the middle-aged man's hand was directly cut into 2 by the reincarnation halberd. The reincarnation halberd did not stop. With one slash, the middle-aged man's body was split in half from the middle. A great sage expert had fallen. The other 3 supreme saints were almost scared to death. That was a great saint, but he was killed by Lu Ming's halberd. Even the demonic blade of the great saint weapon was cut in half. How could this be? Retreat, retreat. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was to retreat. The further away they were from Lu Ming, the better. It's too late to leave now. Kill. Lu Ming shouted and slashed with the reincarnation halberd. A dark light flashed and the 3 great saints' bodies stiffened. Their eyes popped out and they looked horrified. Then, their bodies were torn into pieces and their souls were destroyed. 3 supreme saints were killed in one move. The other people nearby were scared out of their wits. They retreated frantically and kept their distance from Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped forward and continued to walk toward the demon mountain. Along the way, there were hundreds of people from the intentionless saber sect and evil spirit sect who were in the middle. They were directly killed by Lu Ming's halberd, and hundreds of people were killed in an instant. Lu Ming was bathed in blood, looking like a demonic god as he came to the demonic mountain. Open it. Lu Ming held the reincarnation halberd with both hands and raised it high. The reincarnation halberd enlarged rapidly and then hacked down heavily at the demon mountain. This halberd was like the halberd of a god. As it slashed down, the huge palace on the demon mountain directly exploded. Boom! 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 Under the reincarnation halberd, the towering demon mountain was split into 2 with a loud noise. Huge rocks flew everywhere, as if doomsday had arrived. The demon mountain was split open, revealing the underground cave under the mountain. Who is it? And NBSP, a sharp sound reverberated through the sky. In the underground cave, blood mist gathered and formed a giant face. Xian Yanqing sat there, motionless, as if he was unaware of what was happening outside. Little Qing. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He did not expect to see Xian Yanqing again in such a place and under such circumstances. The Tianyu demonic sect and evil spirit cult must be destroyed and killed. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a layer of blood red, and his killing intent was extremely strong. Brat, you're looking for death, die. A loud shout was heard. An elder in a black robe rushed out of the underground cave. Demonic chi surged from his body, and his aura was extremely terrifying. This was an absolute saint. The Tianyu demonic sect had specially called for a supreme saint to guard this underground cave. Kill him. The giant face formed by the blood demon king shrieked. Die. The Tianyu demonic sect's absolute saint's demonic aura soared to the sky as he clawed at Lu Ming. The terrifying demonic claw was larger than a mountain. Even an expert in the Great Sage Great Perfection realm would be killed by this claw, let alone a Ming sage. However, Lu Ming's expression did not change. He was still cold and indifferent. He stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "You're the one who's going to die." The reincarnation halberd enlarged and slashed out. The demonic claw formed by the Tianyu demonic sect's absolute saint was directly split apart. The reincarnation halberd did not stop and continued to slash at the Tianyu demonic sect's absolute saint. How is that possible? The sky demon sect's absolute saint's eyes widened. He realized that he had been completely locked onto by the reincarnation halberd. It was as if there was a reincarnation power that made it impossible for him to dodge. He could only take it head-on. He roared and struck out with his palms. In an instant, he struck out hundreds of palm prints. The hundreds of palm prints merged and formed a giant demonic palm print, which smashed towards the reincarnation halberd. However, it was all in vain. As the reincarnation halberd slashed down, the demonic palm print collapsed. The reincarnation halberd slashed at the Tianyu demon sect's absolute saint with unparalleled power. The absolute saint let out a blood-curdling scream that reverberated throughout the entire Tianyu demon sect. Then, he was cut in half by Lu Ming, and his soul was annihilated. An absolute saint had died. The confrontation between souls. This scene was seen by everyone present, and it made their hearts tremble. This was especially so for the people from the Sky Demon sect and the Yudu sect. They were almost scared to death. An absolute saint was killed by Lu Ming's halberd. How did Lu Ming have such powerful strength? Damn it, damn it! How can this little bastard control such a terrifying power? The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect was the most shocked. He kept screaming in his heart, and his face was twisted. Ha ha ha, good kill. Evil spirits' remnants are destined to be destroyed again. The Valley Master laughed, and his sword light was like a dragon, forcing an evil spirit absolute saint to retreat. How is that possible? The Blood Demon Master's giant face also screamed. Blood Demon King, I'll kill you now. Lu Ming held the reincarnation halberd and charged at the Blood Demon Queen. The reincarnation halberd could kill anyone below the Emperor level. Although the Blood Demon King was an Emperor-level expert at his peak, he was only left with a wisp of soul, so he could still be killed. Damn it, a bunch of trash. I can only take over his body now. The Blood Demon Master roared and turned into a ray of blood light, rushing into Xian Yanking's forehead. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed and he rushed towards Xian Yanqing. Little Qing, wake up. Lu Ming shouted, but it was useless. Xian Yanqing did not wake up. Moreover, Xian Yanking's body was covered in a layer of blood light. Her body trembled slightly and her face showed pain. Lu Ming was extremely anxious. Clearly, the Blood Demon King was trying to possess Xian Yanqing. He wanted to destroy Xian Yanking's spiritual will and replace him. Lu Ming would never let such a thing happen. Let's go all out. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. He took a step forward and activated the Array Dao law. Countless runes appeared on the ground. Runes were not inscriptions, they were of a higher level. Only those who had comprehended the power of laws could release them. A large array enveloped Lu Ming and he sat down cross-legged. The space between his brows glowed and a small person appeared. It was Lu Ming's soul. Lu Ming's soul rushed to Xian Yanking's glabella and entered it. The next moment, Lu Ming's soul appeared in a vast land. This place was Xian Yanking's Sea of Consciousness. The moment Lu Ming entered, he saw Xian Yanking's figure. At this moment, Xian Yanqing was surrounded by a cloud of blood-red mist. Little Qing. Lu Ming roared and rushed over. Xian Yanking's figure wasn't his soul. He hadn't broken through to the Saint Plane yet, so he hadn't condensed his soul. It was his spiritual will. One's spiritual will could project a physical form in one's sea of consciousness. It was just like how Lu Ming could project a physical form in his own sea of consciousness a long time ago. However, it was impossible for his soul to enter other people's sea of consciousness like Lu Ming. Once one's spiritual will broke through to the saint realm, it would form a soul. If the Blood Demon King refined Xian Yanking's spiritual will, it would be equivalent to Xian Yanqing disappearing from the world. Lu Ming! Xian Yanqing exclaimed. He did not expect Lu Ming to come to her sea of consciousness. Blood Demon King, die! Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the Blood Demon King. With a swing of his palm, the law of chaos circulated and slashed at the Blood Demon King's soul. Nomological laws were grasped after one had comprehended them. They borrowed the laws of heaven and earth and not one's own energy. Therefore, the soul could also use the laws. Brat, you're looking for death, die. The Blood Demon Queen shouted coldly and condensed into a human form. It was the form of an old woman. She stretched out her withered claws and grabbed at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's palm struck the Blood Demon King's claw. He immediately felt a terrifying force surge over, as if it was going to tear his arm apart. Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly. The chaos laws circulated continuously and finally obliterated this force. Although the Blood Demon King was only a wisp of his soul, he was an emperor-level existence at his peak. His foundation was too strong, and Lu Ming could not match him at all. Even though Lu Ming's soul force was already equivalent to a supreme saint, it was useless. Brat, not only will you not be able to save this little girl today, even you will have to stay here. The Blood Demon Queen sneered and floated toward Lu Ming. Her withered claws continued to claw at Lu Ming. Godly sword technique. Lu Ming had an idea. He circulated the divine sword technique. His entire body turned into a sword of the soul, and slashed at the Blood Demon King. It's actually a soul-destroying divine sword technique. It's a pity that your soul power is too weak. The Blood Demon Queen sneered. Her claws grabbed the soul spirit battle sword that Lu Ming had transformed into. A sound of metal clashing was heard and the soul spirit battle sword was sent flying. Buzz! The soul spirit sword transformed back into Lu Ming. In a flash, Lu Ming appeared beside Xian Yanqing. Little Qing, are you alright? Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing worriedly. I'm fine. Lu Ming, why are you here? Leave quickly, leave this place quickly. Xian Yanqing said anxiously. Silly girl, what nonsense are you saying? If you're in danger, why would I leave? If I have to die today, I'll die with you. Lu Ming said, his voice full of tenderness. Then I'll send you on your way and let you two be a pair of mandarin ducks sharing the same fate. The Blood Demon Queen sneered and attacked the two of them, clawing at them. This is my sea of consciousness. Get out! Xian Yanqing shouted. Her spiritual will glowed, and a terrifying fluctuation spread toward the Blood Demon Master. The evil spirit Discipline King's eyes revealed a grave expression. His two claws continuously struck out, breaking that invisible fluctuation. It wasn't easy to possess someone. Just like Xian Yanqing said, this was her sea of consciousness. In her sea of consciousness, Xian Yanqing was able to unleash a terrifying power to destroy foreign souls. Therefore, the Blood Demon Master had always wanted to devour and refine more souls to strengthen his own soul before he began to possess Xian Yanqing. But now, she was forced to start the possession in advance. Kill. Lu Ming continued to cast the Divine Sword technique and transformed into a Divine Sword. He cooperated with Xian Yanqing to fight against the Blood Demon Master. Meanwhile, the battle outside was getting more and more intense. A large number of experts had fallen here forever, their blood staining the entire Demon Mountain. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect looked anxious when he saw Lu Ming's soul enter Xian Yanqing's body. You guys, go and kill Lu Ming. Hurry. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect shouted. A few great saints immediately pounced on Lu Ming. You're looking for death. With a long roar, the sword light broke through the sky and 2 supreme saints were killed instantly. With a flash of sword light, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master appeared beside Lu Ming, holding his sword to block the attack. Kill. We must kill Lu Ming and let the Shakyamuni successfully possess him. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect shrieked. All of this involved her future. If the Blood Demon King succeeded, she would have a chance to become a great emperor in the future. She must not be ruined by Lu Ming. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect used all his strength to force his opponent to retreat before charging towards the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. At the same time, the other 2 Absolute Saints also rushed toward the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. At that moment, 2 more Absolute Saints appeared on Evil Spirit's side. Evil Spirit had the advantage of Absolute Saints. Killing Emperor's soul on Evil Spirit cult's side, there were already 11 Absolute Saints, including the 3 major sects, Tianyu Demonic Sect, Yuda Sect, and Blood Demon Tower. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others had originally come with 5 people. In addition to the Absolute Saints from the Tianshan Sect, the Evil Moon Sect, and the Zhouxiao Sword Sect, there were 9 people in total. However, 2 of them had been seriously injured by the sneak attack. The situation was not in the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's favor. 9 appearances of Cloud Dragon. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master kept slashing out with his sword. The sword light turned into 9 cloud dragons that flew out and blocked the Absolute Saints in the air. However, the Absolute Saints attacked and defeated the Cloud Dragon. Although the Cloud Dragon Valley Master was strong, he was only one person. It would be difficult for him to stop the joint forces of several people. Kill! Kill! A few Absolute Saints shouted. They controlled laws and used their superpowers to form a terrifying offensive power that poured towards the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. There were also some with terrifying combat power that was not much weaker than the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Roar! With a dragon roar, the Ice Dragon Patriarch rushed over with a terrifying cold current. He sent an Absolute Saint flying with one move and almost froze him. Get lost! The Ice Dragon roared and struck out with its claws. The other 2 Absolute Saints were also forced back. The Ice Dragon Patriarch and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master stood together to protect Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Charge! The sect master of the Sky Demon sect shrieked. At least 5 Absolute Saints charged toward Lu Ming. However, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the Ice Dragon Patriarch didn't want to make any mistakes, so they guarded the area tightly. The other party couldn't get past them for a while. In Xian Yanqing's Sea of Consciousness, the battle had already entered a state of white heat. The Blood Demon Patriarch was an emperor-level powerhouse after all. Even with his soul fragment, he was still terrifying. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were no match for him. They were surrounded by the Blood Demon Patriarch in a bloody light. The blood-red light contained the power of laws. She wanted to refine Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing together. He, your fate has already been decided. Just accept your fate. The Blood Demon King let out a sharp laugh. A bloody mist filled the air. Lu Ming felt a tearing pain in his soul. Xian Yanqing's spiritual will trembled as if it could not withstand it anymore. Little Qing. Lu Ming was unwilling to give up. His soul turned into a long sword and slashed at the blood mist around him. Unfortunately, as the battle continued, Lu Ming's soul force became weaker and weaker. It was already difficult for him to cause fatal damage to the Blood Demon King. Struggle, struggle with all your might. This is your last chance. The Blood Demon Queen laughed. She seemed to enjoy the process of Lu Ming and the rest struggling. At that moment, Lu Ming's spine emitted a blood-red light. Then, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline emerged. With a whoosh, the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline rushed into Xia Nianking's glabella and entered his sea of consciousness. Buzz! As soon as it arrived in Xia Nianking's consciousness, the prison-suppressing steel changed rapidly like a mountain. The two words, prison steel, below it gave off a brilliant light and pressed down on the Blood Demon Master. Prison-suppressing steel, how is that possible? The Blood Demon King shrieked. Boom! Under the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel, the Blood Demon King let out a scream. The blood mist rolled and formed an old woman's body again. Her face was full of shock and horror. Buzz! The prison-suppressing steel grew larger and larger. The two words seemed to have infinite power, and once again pressed down on the Blood Demon King. The Blood Demon Queen screamed and retreated quickly, but it was useless. She seemed to have been locked by the prison-suppressing steel and had nowhere to escape. Boom! This time, the Blood Demon King's body directly exploded. Balls of soul power were obliterated by the power of the prison-suppressing steel. When the Blood Demon King gathered together again, her body had shrunk a lot, and she looked dispirited. However, the prison-suppressing steel obviously had no intention of letting her go. It pressed down again. The Blood Demon Master screamed in fear. She was going crazy. She never dreamed that the prison-suppressing steel would appear here. The prison-suppressing steel was the nemesis of her clan. Boom! This time, the Blood Demon King was even more miserable. His form was directly shattered, and after a roll, it was difficult for him to reform. At this moment, a black crystal appeared in Xia Nianking's consciousness. It emitted a terrifying devouring power and was about to devour the Blood Demon King's soul. It's my world core, Xia Nianqing said. Lu Ming's expression changed. He controlled the prison-suppressing steel and it flew back to his head. Ah, don't! The Blood Demon King kept screaming, as if he was extremely frightened. However, there were still balls of soul energy that were absorbed by the world core. Lu Ming recognized it. The world core at this moment was what he had obtained in the core of the Divine Ruins continent back then. He had thought that it was a saint's heart, but now it seemed that it was a world core left behind by an emperor-level powerhouse. The soul energy of the Blood Demon King was continuously devoured by the world core. In the end, only a black shadow was left, constantly twisting and struggling. At this moment, Lu Ming was shocked. This was because the black shadow that had appeared at the end did not look like a human at all. Although it had the form of a human, it was extremely strange. It was like a shadow, and there was an eye in the middle of its brows. It had a total of 3 eyes. Lu Ming was reminded of the three-eyed god race and the terrifying creature that fought the Titan Bull. It also had 3 eyes. What was the connection between all these? Could it be that this black shadow was the true body of the Blood Demon King? Buzz! At that moment, the prison-suppressing steel was not under Lu Ming's control. It flew out of his body and pressed down on the black shadow. No! The black shadow screamed in fear, but under the prison-suppressing steel, the black shadow exploded and turned into ashes. The remnant soul of the Blood Demon Master was finally crushed to death by the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. Lu Ming, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. At this moment, Xia Nianqing spoke. The world core seemed to have absorbed the Blood Demon King's soul energy and had undergone a change. Alright, you can go into seclusion. I'll protect you, Lu Ming said. Xia Nianqing nodded. The next moment, her spiritual will disappeared. Lu Ming, on the other hand, left Xie Nianqing's sea of consciousness with the prison-suppressing steel and returned to his body. As soon as he returned to his body, Lu Ming heard a loud boom. He turned around and saw the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the Ice Dragon Patriarch fighting 5 Absolute Saints. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the Ice Dragon Patriarch were barely able to resist the 5 Absolute Saints, but they didn't take a step back. Instead, they stood firmly in front of them. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and strode forward with the reincarnation halberd in his hand. Lu Ming, did you succeed? Asked the Ice Dragon Patriarch. It's a success. The Blood Demon Master has been killed. Lu Ming's voice spread throughout the entire area, causing many people to be shocked. Impossible. The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect started to scream like a madman. With the Blood Demon King's death, her years of hard work would be in vain. Her face was distorted.